Unified School District, Tuesday, June 9th, 2020. May I have a roll call, please?
Superintendent Wells,
Here.
President Trutain,
Here.
Vice President Duran. I can see you. Okay, I'll mark you as here. I can see you. Trustee Clark,
Here.
Trustee Doss,
Here.
Trustee Hinckley. Trustee Hinckley, I think you're muted.
I tried to unmute and then it muted me. I'm here.
Thank you.
Okay, student board member Mala is trying to join Julie, but she's having some trouble. Just letting you know that, okay. So this brings us to number 2 on our agenda, the Pledge of Allegiance. Feel free to join in. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now we have the reading of the AUSD mission and vision statement and the reading of meeting norms. I'd like to see if our student board members have been able to join. Given their absence, I wonder if I could ask for a board volunteer to go ahead and read the mission and someone else to read the norms, please. Thank you, Clementina. Excuse me, Vice President Duran, please go ahead.
That's why I hadn't responded. I'm kidding. The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of each student.
Thank you. Can we have another volunteer to please read the meeting norms?
I can read them. 1, maintain a focus on what is best for our students. 2, ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully. 3, endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's beliefs in what is best for students. 4, make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind while others are allowed to express their points of view.
Thank you very much, Trustee Hinckley. There was no action taken in closed session. And that brings us to approval of the agenda. I will wait one more moment to see if our student board member is able to join. And I wanted to welcome everyone to the Zoom webinar. This is a new format for Albany Unified School District. And this webinar format allows public participation in real time. The executive assistant to the superintendent, Ms. Shin, and I, who together run these meetings, had a training with the Albany City Clerk and the KALB Media Administrator on May 19th, with the intention of transitioning these meetings to webinars to allow real-time participation. We did not think that there was adequate time or training for us to run the May 26th meeting as a webinar, but we are happy to have completed a second training yesterday, and now we're gonna give this a try. So welcome to the first Albany Unified School District webinar. Does any trustee have any changes to the agenda? If not, if I could get a motion.
I move to approve the agenda.
A second.
On these digital meetings, we do have to have a roll call for every vote. Ms. Shen, are you able to give us a roll call?
Yes, I don't have the sheet in front of me, so can I just go down the line? Do you guys mind?
Sure.
Okay. Student board member Mala,
She is here. She's just muted. Let's see.
Student
I'm
board
sorry. But I think I'm on the wrong link. I think I'm on just the viewing link. Okay. Hello.
Here we go. Okay, you said I for the agenda. Okay. Student board member Weinstein, I don't see her yet.
I think she was also sent the wrong link. I'll share it with her.
To her, so, okay. I can come back to her if you like. President Trutain,
Aye.
Vice President Durand,
Yes.
Trustee Clark,
Yes.
Trustee Doss,
Yes.
Trustee Hinckley,
Yes.
all approved.
Great. The agenda passes unanimously. That brings us to number 7 on our agenda, the recognition of retiring employees, which is a very important item.
President Tutain, may I interrupt?
Yes, I want to hand it over to Superintendent Wells for a moment.
Well, yes, this item is really special and near and dear because of the background and context of how this all came to fruition. When we got the news, the very bleak news initially from Governor Gavin Newsom about the budget reductions and how schools would barely be able to function with such reduction, the board huddled up and rallied and said, look, we do not want the district using any funds to come up with really nice awards for our retirees. We want to use our own funds. That means the board members decided to put their money together to honor the retirees and the students who are going to be recognized for their services tonight. And I just wanted to share with the public what they did, independent of what the board not knowing I was going to do this. And my hat's just off to what you guys do, your personal sacrifices, the time and energy that you put in with no pay, and then all the stuff that comes with it. I'm just enamored with what you guys do. And then to take your funds during these difficult hardship-like times to pay for these wonderful awards for our retirees and our student board members. I just want to thank you for what you do, because I know the public don't see a fraction of what you do for kids and community in your heart and soul that I get to see and get to know and love so dearly. So thank you for what you guys are doing tonight. I really appreciate you and I salute you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. We want to salute our retirees that have worked, dedicated their professional life for many years to our students. And I want to mention that the idea of honoring our retirees came first from Trustee Clark, who mentioned to me one day that in the district where he works, retiring teachers get a bell when they retire. And he's like, don't you think we could do something? And the board decided to make that happen and to do something for our retirees. And so I hope that the board is going to help me here. I'm going to try to hold up each award and I'll say the name. And board, if you go to your document of the questions and answers, then you'll be able to see a list that gives a little bit of extra information. If you could read that and just take turns, we can do all of these wonderful awards. Okay. Vice President Durand, if you could help me with the first one. Okay.
Unfortunately, I have to find it first.
It's the email that was sent at 12:23 this afternoon.
Thanks for the time. That's helpful.
Okay. And this first award is for Lisa Gleason. I'll hold it up while Clementina.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Was there supposed to be something I was supposed to, I'm not sure what information I'm supposed to provide, just beyond her name? Lisa,
Gleason, maybe if another trustee.
Lisa,
Sure, I can.
Go
okay.
ahead.
Did you
Sarah.
find it? Oh,
Yeah,
Lisa Gleason, who has been here for 25 years as a behavioral paraeducator in special education.
Okay. On the award, it says 15 years supporting students, Lisa Gleason. Next, we have Wei Man Sang.
Yeah, I'll jump in. His service started on September 4th, 2001, and it's going to July 12th, 2020. And he was a cafeteria assistant at the Central Kitchen and at Albany High. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. This award is for Sally Cohen.
Sally Cohen, congratulations. Her service started September 5th, 2000. She is a mental health specialist with McGregor High and Albany Middle School. Thank you so much for your service. Greatly appreciate it.
We move to our teachers. This award is for Suzanne Young.
Suzanne Young has been with us for 10 years now as the math teacher at Albany High School. Thank you so much.
The next award is for Kevin James.
Kevin's been here since August 2004 as a social science teacher at Albany High. Thank you.
This award is for Richard Ventura Ushman.
Richard started with us here August 26th, 2002. Had it been 2001, I would have saw you there because that's when I graduated from Albany High School. Richard was a special day class teacher at Albany High School. Thank you very much for your service, Richard.
And our last teacher award is for Patricia Fujiwara.
Yeah, so Patricia Fujiwara started with us on September 5th, 2000. So she spent 20 years in the district as a science teacher at Albany High. She was also the co-president for ATA for many years and a very active union member. And I want to thank her so much for her service to all of our students.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I give a round of applause to all of our retirees, please? These awards will be at the Albany High School office beginning tomorrow morning as soon as I get them over there. And hopefully you'll be able to pick them up from the office. If not, please contact us and we'll make an arrangement. We also have recognition of our outgoing student board members and our incoming member as well. So this is item 7-2 on our agenda. So board members. This award is for Audrey Mala. Would someone like to speak to this one?
I know that every board member and staff wants to like jump in and say something. And so I just want to be first to say that I really appreciate all the thought and care that you put into every board meeting, your preparation for the board meetings, your thoughtful questions. You often ask things that I'm thinking before I even get a chance to do it, which it shows so much. It's amazing to see. And I was just having a conversation with my wife a few days ago, and we were talking about when we were in high school, and we just astonished by the effort and everything that you put into, and the thought and care that you put into the work. And I don't think I was doing that when I was in high school. I mean, I understand the importance of it now, but I don't think I understood it as a high school senior. So we just really appreciate everything that you do for the district. And I wasn't joking. I hope that you go and do amazing things and then come back and join the board as a board member. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to jump in, if that's okay, President Tutane. Trustee Doss, she's with us next year. She's a junior. Can you imagine that? And so we have
even better.
Yeah. So we have the good fortune of having Audrey back with us next year. I met Audrey back in May, and I just assumed she was a senior. It's just a dynamic leader, a go-getter, a big heart humanitarian. And she is a model of what you would want your son or daughter to be. And I just have great admiration for her commitment, her zeal to make a difference in the world. And when she does finally graduate from high school in 2021, we're going to be looking to see what wonderful things she's going to do after that. So I'm just so fortunate that, and I say I because I'm being selfish, but we're really fortunate that we have the opportunity to have Audrey back with us and to orientate and train the new student board members who's going to join her shortly. And so thank you for what you do. It doesn't go without major notice. And we appreciate your work, Audrey.
I absolutely want to jump in too. I know it's taking more time, but I just have to recognize Audrey. I've worked with her closely this year, and she's wonderful in every respect of the way, an inspiring student, that is for sure. And she has many skills. She's dedicated, she responds immediately. And I have to tell you, ella y yo hablamos en puro español. She's, like I said, she's really talented. So she speaks more than one language. I'm not sure how many, but more than one. I can assure you of that. Thank you, Audrey, for everything you do to help us out.
Thank you.
I need to say something. Audrey, I have loved serving on the board with you, and it has been such an amazing experience. I came on with you 2 years ago, so I was coming into my junior year, you were coming into your sophomore year, and I remember how confused we both were at first, and I've grown so much with you and beside you, and it's been amazing seeing the ways that you've changed and seeing you in the various forums that I have, and it's just been so wonderful growing right beside you and being friends with you the past 2 years. And you're awesome, and I'm so excited to see what happens after high school as well, because you're going places, and it's just been an amazing time working with you.
And
Thank
that's
you,
the
Michaela.
that's the perfect transition to our second outgoing student board member award.
Hold on, Kim.
Award for Michaela.
Oh, wait, Kim, I think board member Clark had one more comment there.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just wanted to thank Audrey for all of her hard work. Starting off as a sophomore is really, really impressive. And she's going to finish having 3 years on the school board. I'm sure that's not very common. And I'm just super impressed. And I'll say this a little bit about Michaela as well, but as far as them advocating for student board members to have more of a voice, I was all for that. And I just want to thank both of you for trying to strengthen the voice of our student board members. Thank you so much.
Yes, I will second what Trustee Clark said. Here's our award for Michaela. And the student board, and it says above and beyond, which is really true. Michaela mentioned a few board meetings ago that she and I had our first long talk when we drove together to Sacramento to advocate for increased funding for our schools. And I thought about that drive and I thought, oh, this could maybe be a little bit awkward. It's a long drive. And I thought, well, no, it'll be fine. We'll talk about public school funding and we'll talk about how to make change. How does a person try to make change? And it was great. It was a great ride. And Michaela has done that. She has learned how to catalyze change. She and Audrey brought the board resolution to make sure that our student board members can make and second motions this year. Michaela has also gone above and beyond in terms of understanding that just one person cannot do that much on their own. So she has worked on educating student board members throughout the state. She's created online training. She's working with the Student Board Member Association that will train and promote the student voice on school boards throughout California. So I wanted to thank Michaela myself because it has been very special having you serve with us. Thank you very much.
I'd like to say something about Michaela, and I will toss in my feelings about Audrey too, even though my biggest one is gratitude that you're not going anywhere. But for Michaela, like other board members said, I've just been so incredibly impressed by both high school board members, by the fact that I think you've displayed, more maturity than I myself feel I can display at any given point in time. So it even sounds patronizing to say, that you are amazing board members, because I watch you during meetings and aspire to be as thoughtful and, stick up for what you really believe in a way that is, as Kim said, effective in creating change and bringing people along with you. So for Michaela, I'm really going to miss having you to watch and learn from. And I'm especially sorry that your senior year has unwound in the way that it has. But I also think that this is an amazing moment in our community, and in some ways it's very fitting that you're leaving in this time of incredible change and upheaval and hope for better things, and that you won't forget your senior semester and the last few weeks of your time here. And I'm just really excited to see what you do out in the world, and I really hope you'll come back and teach us more about what you learn and how we can continue to try to make Albany the place that you think it can be. So thank you. And tell us some more about what you're going to do next too.
I just wanted to jump in right there because it's perfect, because I've known Michaela for about 3 years now. And since the beginning, it's been in her role as an activist. She's very committed. And I've seen it over and over again, starting at Marin School and all the other elementary schools. And since then, she continues to speak her heart. And at board meetings, I've learned from her the issues she has raised. Reminded me, oh yeah, that's what's important. So Michaela, I've really appreciated your being on the board and speaking from the heart and reminding all of us, no matter how old we are, that there are things that are so important in life, and you have like a fresher vision on what could be, and that's so essential. So I just want to thank you not only for your participation as a board member, but for being who you are as an activist in the community.
Second all of that. Sorry, Audrey, for trying to send you off early. Sorry about that, but I'm happy that you're sticking around. But Michaela, thank you so much for your time and effort on the board. I wanted to say something to both of you guys that I don't think that people really take the time to. Well, see, even my dog is excited for you guys. But you guys have really made suggestions and brought things up that have changed the direction of the board and that have been implemented in making things better for the students of the district. And I think that's something to really be proud of, that you guys have shaped things and made things better here. So appreciate both of you. Michaela, I'm sorry that you're leaving, but it's been a great ride. Our time.
I'll say one thing. I could sit here for hours and talk about how great Michaela is, but Michaela, it's been so amazing to work with you, and I've learned so much from you, and you've really just held my hand while we had this crazy journey. So thank you so much for the last 2 years, and I'm very grateful to be your friend and your co-student board member.
Yeah, I'd like to recognize Michaela as well. I know she's moving off to better things. It's an ask, actually. If you remember, we had a conversation at Tata and Solana a while back about increasing the role of student board members. And if you can please find some time in your busy schedule to reach out to Audrey and the new student board member, Corzo Clark, to try to further some of those things that you had brought up. I think it's a very great step that you guys have more kind of power now on the board. And I know there's other districts throughout the United States where board members have even more. So please don't give up on that. And please continue doing all that you do. Appreciate all your service. Thank you.
Well, that was so touching.
Hold on, Michaela, we're not done.
Okay, all right, got it.
Wait your turn. This is bittersweet. Give us a moment. I had the good fortune of knowing you for about a year and just admire your go-getter kind of attitude. And as Trustee Hinckley mentioned earlier, was a bit saddened with COVID-19 and what it did for our class of 2020. But you epitomized the resiliency of that class, and that you would be a member that we won't ever forget because of your leadership. You come to the board meetings well prepared, with a smile and ready to engage, with no hesitation or reservation. And so as a first year superintendent, you're always going to be near and dear to my heart, because you were we did this together. We started together, but not ending together. But I'm wishing you well. And I hope you stay in touch with us and let us know how you're doing off in college. And don't forget about us. And as it was mentioned by a couple board members, that you come back and serve your community like no other. And so I just appreciate what you do. I admire you, and I'm wishing and I'm one of many of your cheerleaders while you go forth to change the world. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Yeah. Being on the board was a big start for a lot of the things in my life that really brought me joy, and a lot of the people that I met. I would say over half of my really good friends right now I wouldn't have met if I hadn't started my role on the board, and also a lot of the things I got really interested in organizations I participated in. I probably wouldn't have found out about if I wasn't on the board. And so it definitely has taught me a lot, and also a lot more about the policy aspect of social justice movements and how important that is. And I've been really thankful for the opportunity to serve with all of you as well as the board in my first year. And so I'm really appreciative of everybody's willingness to hear a student's opinion. I've talked to a lot of board members where that's not the case. And so I'm really appreciative of people's willingness to be open to that, and also just the opportunities that being on the board has given me. So I'm going to miss it, but I have no doubt I'll be doing work like this in the future.
Thank you very much. I want to, just for people who joined us late, I just want to make sure that everyone knows that these awards that the board is giving to our retirees and our student board members are being paid for totally by the school board trustees ourselves. So not a dime is coming out of any AUSD budget to fund these awards. This is just something that the board itself decided that we wanted to do. And tonight we're honoring Patty Fujiwara, Kevin James, Richard Ventura Usman, Suzanne Young, Sally Cohen, Wayman Sang, and Lisa Gleason, as well as our student board members, Michaela Weinstein and Audrey Mallah. If everyone can give them one last round of applause. Okay. Thank you so much. That moves us to our staff report item 8 on our agenda. Our first staff report, 8-1, Road to Reopening Albany Schools Update. Dr. Wells, would you like to take this over?
Yes, I just want to say a few words before I turn it over to Director Alexia Ritchie, who has been a chief facilitator in this project. As you know, over a month ago, we decided to establish a reopening team that has been meeting every Thursday evening to give input on how best to open schools when it's safe to do so, and how to keep kids safe in the process. So at this point, I will turn it over to Director Alexia Ritchie.
Thank you, Superintendent Wells. Thank you, Board President Trutain and members of the community who are joining us tonight. First, I'd like to summarize and echo Dr. Wells, thanking the members of the planning team. We have staff members from each school site. We have parents, we have students, we have community partners all coming together, like Dr. Wells said, for our planning meetings. So we've had 3 planning meetings so far. The first one focused on the purpose of the planning team. And I think that we had a lot of really good discussions with about 40 members of the group. We decided then to break up into work groups. And so with the help of Assistant Superintendent Williams, for the last 2 meetings, we've been meeting in smaller work groups, coming back together at the end just to really share some ideas. So again, the first meeting focused on purpose. The second meeting focused on facilities and personnel. And last week, I considered that to be one of the most important concepts of reopening the schools, which is the social emotional well-being of our students and looking at the whole child here in Albany as we look at the 3 different scenarios for opening up schools in the fall. Remember, we could be looking at a pre-COVID model, we could be looking at a hybrid model, or we could be looking at remote learning. We took a break this week for the graduation and the promotion activities. Next week, then, we'll be looking at curriculum and instruction, and finally wrapping it up on June 25th. The planning team will be coming back together again and creating some recommendations. I also wanted to take a look at our timeline. I mentioned that the planning team will be wrapping up its meetings on June 25th. Between June 25th and July 31st, we'll be working with the superintendent, with our district leadership team. That includes everybody on the exec cabinet, as well as all of our site principals. We'll be working on a plan to bring to the Board of Education at the August 11th Board of Education meeting. At that time, we'll be able to present our findings on the reopening plan. And with that, Julie, if you could mention the next slide, we've been using a number of resources. And I believe President Tutrain, you asked for some of the resources. So these are links to some of the documents we've been using, for example, from the county level. Alameda County has a Road to Reopening workbook. The planning team took a look at that. We also just received, I believe this week or late last week, from the California Department of Education, their guidebook titled Stronger Together. And then finally, the considerations for schools from the Centers for Disease and Control Prevention, as well as other resources, for example, from the California School Board Association. All of these resources have been very helpful. We've been able to archive those. And so I encourage the community to check out our webpage. We not only have a list of all of the members of the planning team, but we also have a running record of our notes and some of the information that you see before you today, we've been able to archive on our website. With that, I'll certainly entertain any questions.
Can I ask a question, or am I interrupting you, Kim? Sorry.
Go ahead, Trustee Hinckley.
So one thing that jumps out at me is, so that a plan won't be brought to the board until August 11th, which is only 2 weeks before school begins. I guess one of my questions is that in alignment with how other districts are planning to make these kinds of decisions? Because that seems very close to the school year. And if it's around the board meetings normal timeline, I think the board has expressed before a willingness to meet in July if needed in order to make those decisions. And then related to that, because we have all of these provisional layoffs set to take effect July 31st, if the board is not voting on a reopening plan until August, what are the implications for all of those staff if we don't yet know what? Presumably that means we can't rescind any of those notices because we won't have a plan that's approved. So if you could just explain a little more how this timeline is going to work, that'd be great.
I can speak to the development of the plan, and then I would have to ask our Human Resources Department to speak on the personnel issue. Quoting from the document that I mentioned in our link from the California Department of Education, they've acknowledged that this is the most current information, but that it's still extremely fluid, and that local education agencies, LEAs, are supposed to be working with our local Centers for Disease Control resources, for example, our local health departments, trying to get the most current scientific knowledge and community expert opinions is going to be fluid at best, which is why I do appreciate the approach that the planning team is taking to consider all 3 different scenarios. If we have confidence in the 3 different scenarios that we presented, then in the summer, as we're starting to hone in on some of the most current information, hopefully then we'll be able to implement rather quickly one of the 3 scenarios that we've been able to plan out. And I will have to ask then someone else to speak to the personnel issues.
Well, let me dive in because the other issue is really important as well, and that is the timing, as Trustee Hinckley mentioned. We have talked about and grappled with looking at a late July, calling an emergency meeting or the first week in August, depending on where we're headed in terms of the guidelines that we will have, because things have been changing so rapidly that you can't make a decision too soon, but you do need to make it soon enough. And I think maybe 3 or 4 weeks before the start of school may be more beneficial for all of us. And if something changes at the last minute, it changes, because what we would be asking the board to do is vote on the 3 scenarios that we laid out based on the input we got from all key stakeholders, including our communities. So I'm more inclined with Trustee Hinckley, even if we have to do it maybe August 5th or the last week in July. But I'm leaning towards the last week in July. But we have some time to discuss that and make some adjustment to the timeline.
I want to acknowledge Vice President Duran.
I participated in this committee, so I know a little bit more about it, but you did not mention Director Ritchie, and I wonder if you could for the community. My understanding is that at some point after the conclusion, the last meeting, that there's going to be either a survey or some of this information to go out to the parents so that they could give feedback as well. When is the timeline for that?
You are correct. I think we're actually in the process of sending that survey out. I'll ask Assistant Superintendent Marie Williams to speak to that specifically. I have seen it and I've seen some parent communication going back and forth. She can let us know when those results will be available.
Yes, thank you. So actually we are collecting feedback from parents through 2 different survey instruments. So one is a traditional survey that we developed and sent out this week. It already has 901 responses. We've never had 300 responses to a survey that I've given out. So we're already at 901 responses. That survey will remain open at least maybe through next week to continue to gather feedback. In that survey, we ask a couple questions about parents' experience with remote learning. We ask them about the different types of instructional methods they experienced. We ask them about access to technology. And then we ask them just for some general feedback. And then in terms of reopening, we present sort of in very general terms the 3 scenarios and ask them to sort of rate their preference for those 3, not in any rank order, but sort of just standing on their own, ask them to rank their favorability. So we do have some preliminary information around that. And then in addition to the traditional survey, we also have partnered with Thought Exchange. And so Thought Exchange is a crowdsourcing platform. You ask a fairly open-ended question and participants can respond to that open-ended question as well as respond to the feedback and input of other participants. So that Thought Exchange will remain open through Sunday. The question, as we have posed it, is what is on the top of your hearts and minds as we prepare to reopen schools in the fall? And so that's a pretty broad question, and we're getting a lot of really great feedback. We've had 397 participants submit 592 thoughts. And in addition to that, other thoughts have been rated 20,610 times. So we're getting a lot of really good feedback. There are some good tools built into Thought Exchange that allow us to sort of disaggregate and take a closer look at that data. Again, that survey will remain open through Sunday. We emailed the links to parents and we will send reminder email links to parents before the end of this week so that they can give their feedback. And then also the Thought Exchange was also shared with all of our staff. So all of our staff members, in addition to completing a survey that was developed by ATA, can also participate in our Thought Exchange.
Wonderful. In addition, if I could add and thank Board Member Mala for helping facilitate the student survey. We also were able to see that. Thank you, President Tutrain, for passing that on. It was definitely enlightening to see what the Albany High School student population is thinking about their experiences. And I'm also now working with the middle and elementary principals to see what kind of survey we can send out to students in those grade levels.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to really gather comprehensive input from all stakeholders in our community. I think that means a lot to people and will certainly help us drive this process forward. I wanted to ask, we have a few minutes here for public comment on this item. So if you are an attendee and you would like to make a public comment, that can happen. I can, given the number of hands raised, I think we can only afford to spend 2 minutes per each public comment. So thank you, Ms. Shen, we have received a public comment by email, And I will go ahead and read this one. And then we will move, after we've read the public comment that was received, and then we will move to switching our attendees live for their 2 minutes. Okay. This is from Sean Gordon. We talk about the safety of opening schools. I listened to the parents next door beating their daughter and her screams because she is out of school and messing around. Is that safety we are providing by keeping kids out of school? Is home safe? Is life at home going to be better when more people start losing their jobs and not just furloughed? Do we think it is going to get easier for kids and parents to pretend like things are okay and that kids are learning as we do more of this so-called remote learning? I would like to pause there, and I would like for our superintendent, and I believe that everyone in exec cabinet is a reporter.
Mandated reporter.
A mandated reporter. And so if you could give some directions, please.
Yes, my staff and I have to take this letter very seriously, effective immediately. And I can give you, the board, an update on our response to it. It's deeply troubling to read it and to hear the abuse that's being reported here. And so we do have to respond to that. President Tutain, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. Yeah, we take this very, very seriously at our schools, any reports such as this. Okay.
In addition to that, the person who was reporting this, and now it's public, hopefully they have taken the appropriate action as well to protect the child, knowing that they, being in knowing this information, I'm hoping they acted upon this information, but we would certainly follow up. This is also the same gentleman where we received the email from earlier regarding closed session as well. So the name is familiar.
Thank you. Okay. Now we will move to the next. Board members, can we rotate reading these public comments, please?
I'm happy to read this one. Children need to be physically in classrooms to thrive, academically and socially. Forcing children to stay home and endure online learning is extremely challenging for kids and working parents. Please focus on safe reopening. Don't choose the less costly remote learning alternative. These costs will be borne by families and the community. Aaron Rosenberg.
I can read this next one. Dear AUSD school board members, as you plan for the 2020 to 21 school year, please start with the State Department of Education Stronger Together guidance that in-person education needs to be provided. In-class education is required under the California Constitution, and online learning has proven to be a failure for most students. Reopening schools while continuing to protect the health and safety of the community are not mutually exclusive concepts. It's important for Albany students to get back into the classroom to restore their social and emotional well-being, as well as to attain equal footing with their peers. Of course, the district will also need to accommodate students and adults who would be uncomfortable or can't be in the classroom. Since schools will reopen at the same time, I believe, as most physical workplaces, many parents won't be able to provide the oversight necessary to even pretend that distance learning can be successful. Accordingly, some parents will take their kids out of Albany schools if the district doesn't offer at least half time in the classroom. Varying circumstances at home mean that distance education is delivered unequally and at-risk students are not properly supported. Therefore, it's important that public schools create an equal platform that gives every student the opportunity to succeed, regardless of financial or social status. Without kids going to school, there's just no way for that to happen. Kids around the world are returning to schools with little incident. The board cannot allow financial considerations to prevent students from going back to the classroom. School is, by common community definition, the physical place where kids go for education. Absent the pandemic, no one would ever contemplate shutting schools district-wide for financial reasons. The same should be true even now. With a little creativity, which will inspire private financial contribution, the academic, social, and emotional health of our kids should remain top priority. Accordingly, please prepare now for students to be on school campuses for at least 50% of the time starting in August.
I'm
Sincerely,
sorry. Oh, thank you.
Layla
Okay.
Knox.
Yeah, even for these written emails, we're only, given the number of hands raised, we're only going to be able to spend 2 minutes or about the equivalent of 400 words. So I'm sorry, I did not start a timer. I believe that I will try to time and hope that our board members will be able to see and hear this.
President Tuchain, may I offer, would you like me to keep you the timekeeper?
Certainly, thank you.
Will
I'll
do.
read the next one from Kristen Mickelson. Dear school board members, as you plan for the 2020-21 school year, please start with the State Department of Education Stronger Together guidance that in-person education needs to be provided. In-class education is required under the California's Constitution's Education Clause, and online learning has.
I'm sorry, Clementina, this is a duplicate. Can we move to the next one, please?
Had another parent signature, but you're right. Okay, this is from Atushi Michael Safin. Hello, I'm a parent of 2 in Albany. There are some parents concerned of in-person reopening schools and then there's parents waiting to have school reopen and provide in-person education. Given this, it will be best if ASUD provides options for both in-person and remote education. My preference is to have in-person learning experience and social interaction with fellow students and teachers with regular school hours. Thank you.
I can read this one. To all board members, I'm writing to you as I have concerns about the current online instruction, the reopening of schools in the fall. Currently, we have Zoom meetings 4 days a week, only half an hour each for my first grade daughter. Kids in Albany Middle and High School also did not obtain their normal classroom instruction. Even my friends' children in Oakland Public Schools obtained regular school day instruction after the shutdown of the schools there. All my friends' kids that go to private schools receive regular online instruction during the COVID-19 shutdown. While I appreciate her teacher's effort and realize AUSD was unprepared for online instruction, I am very disappointed that AUSD did not implement an across-the-board policy for all grades to provide Zoom instruction daily, similar to their regular classroom day. During this time period, my daughter missed out academically. I am very worried that if schools won't reopen in fall 2020, that Albany Unified will continue with the lack of instruction as you are currently. Would you please provide information on the type of instruction you will provide in the fall, either for 100% online and the hybrid model that you will implement? If 100% online or hybrid, will you provide a full day of instruction similar to a regular school day? These are important questions. If there is no adequate classroom instruction in the fall, I am considering homeschooling or even private school. Concerned parent.
Yeah, I'll read this one right here. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, go for it.
Okay, great. It says, Dear Brian, Clementina, Jacob, Kim, and Sarah, the California Constitution states, the legislature shall provide for a system of common schools by which a free school shall be kept up and supported in each district at least 6 months in every year. California Constitution, Article 9, Section 5. The district must follow the Constitution and must reopen the schools as soon as allowed. The district cannot continue to keep schools closed just because it costs more money to reopen than to continue distance learning. If the state and county's public health guidelines permit the schools to reopen, then the district must follow those guidelines and reopen the physical schools. And there's a link attached and it says, Sincerely, Suzanne Zalev, parent of Ocean View 2nd and 5th graders.
I can read the next one. Dear AUSD board members, thank you for facilitating public comments. Working from home full-time and homeschooling kids while working from home is a privilege that not every family can afford. The reality is that the majority of people in the Bay Area can't afford this kind of luxury, and this is why we have a large public school system. Continuous distance learning is a form of homeschooling that exaggerates already deep and existing racial and socioeconomic inequalities in the Bay Area and the city of Albany. Luckily, today we live in the 21st century and we share global knowledge and practical tools and protocols that can help with minimizing community transmission and protecting the most vulnerable people in the community. These tools are 1, washing hands frequently, 2, wearing a face covering, 3, limit indoor gatherings of large groups of people larger than 26, and 4, stay home when feeling sick or suffering from a high-risk underlying health condition. And we were given the most valuable gift of time, 3 months and counting, to prepare for going back to school during an epidemic. Lost time can never be recovered. Thank you for your attention. Marta, a Cornell Elementary parent and a biomedical scientist.
Okay. Thank you for that written public comment. This attachment here is the Stronger Together Guidebook for the Safe Reopening of California Public Schools that Director Ritchie mentioned and put on the slide as one of the resources that's available on our website. I'd like to move to the live public comment. We will only be able to have 2 minutes each, and I think we'll only be able to take 4 of the people in the list. So Assistant Superintendent Williams, if you're able to have the first speaker join us, please.
Yes, the first speaker is Kathleen Marte.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my comment/question. I'm the parent of a 9th grader at Albany High School. And when I was listening to the reopening of schools timeline for decision-making, at first, Ms. Ritchie said that possibly it wouldn't be until end of, or 2 weeks before school started. And I just want to say I'm really glad to hear that Dr. Wells said that, no, it'll be more likely end of July. I just want to state that this is really important. The district may be prepared for the 3 different scenarios, but parents need time to prepare. If students are not in school full time, parents need time to prepare what to do with their kids so they can work. All the childcare issues are huge, and 2 weeks is not enough time to figure out what are we going to do with our kids so we can work full time. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We can move to our second speaker now.
The next speaker is Adrienne Sabatonuan. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Go ahead, Adrienne.
Adrienne's mic is off.
There we go.
There you go.
There we go. I'm unmuted now. Thank you very much. It's Adrienne Cabanatuan, and I want to make sure that I echo both the comments that were just said, which is that I personally spend my professional life in human resources, leading an HR team, and the childcare issues are huge. And I think that the school district needs to really recognize that 2 weeks before school opening is just not enough for parents to plan. I myself am the parent of a junior now, hopefully going to be a senior in the fall, and I'm looking forward to him having more structure. So I want to echo those comments, and I thank you, Dr. Wells and Board Trustee Hinckley, for pushing forward on that and making sure that we do this in a much more timely manner than just 2 weeks before school begins. The second thing I want to offer is that there are so many differences. I've taken the survey, I looked through the thought questionnaire, all of those things, and there are very big differences between what the needs are in the elementary school level and what the needs are at the high school level. And so I really want you to think carefully about that, because high school students have the ability to mix in. I wouldn't want to see a full-time, personally wouldn't want to see a full-time remote work unless there's some health reason not to have them go back to school. A hybrid model would be great, half time there, half time not there. But elementary school students, I can't imagine my son at that young of an age trying to be attentive and paying attention at kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade. It just seems untenable. So I want to encourage you to think about the road to reopening being different for the different grade levels. Thank you for listening to my comment.
Thank you. Our third comment, please.
Our next speaker is Lisa LeBeau.
Hello, thank you so much. First, can you everybody hear me? Okay, I'd like to reiterate that as a staff person and being a campus supervisor, the thought of waiting until middle of August, late July to figure this stuff out just seems absurd. I feel like the state's already given permission for the district to make a decision. I'm not sure the information is going to change so much in the next few weeks, but there's a lot of us that are out in the balance while we wait for you guys to decide this stuff. And it's really trying, it's really challenging. I deal with the kids in the nitty-gritty. The impact of mental health this is having is going to be felt for decades to come. And I just hope that too much information from the community is too much information. And we put our faith and trust in you guys as leaders to be able to make these hard, fast decisions. And I'm really hoping that somebody does that sooner than later, because honestly, even the end of July, that's my benefits. I don't have medical insurance. Like, to wait that long to make a decision just seems ridiculous. I'm pretty sure that we probably have an idea of where we stand right now, but that's just my 2 cents. I'm sure there's more. I usually just sit here and yell at the phone, and now I have the chance to talk and I can't remember everything. But I just want you guys to know that we're here and I'll do whatever I need to do. I just hope that you guys have our backs when it comes down to it.
Thank you.
President Trutain, there's one more public speaker. This public speaker did submit and have read their written comments. Would you like to entertain their live comment also?
Yeah, I said we would take 4, given the time allowed, so we will take 4.
Great. Last speaker is Layla Knox.
Ms. Knox is muted.
Ms. Knox, you'll need to unmute yourself. I don't have the ability to unmute you.
I'm here now. So for one thing, I'm the Brown Act. I don't think that you can limit the actual number of people who can comment here. So if there are more people who want to comment, I would say it's a Brown Act violation not to let them speak. And the second thing is I'm shaking my head here on the August 11th timeline. It would be really nice if the board could at least tell us that if you are going to be allowed to open under state and county order, that is what you will be aiming for, so that, as everyone has said, we as parents, as working parents, can plan for our childcare. Because if it's online in the fall, if we go back online, we're going to have to find a different situation for our kids and possibly for our whole family, because that's not going to work. So we need to at least get a commitment from the board that you are going to be working towards some in-person instruction. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the speaker brought up a legal issue, and I would like to have Seth Eckstein, our counsel, speak to that regarding public comment.
Good evening. Just to speak on the Brown Act issue. I mean, it is not a Brown Act issue or violation where the board is setting a time limit for the purpose of conducting orderly business. And here, the 2 minutes is recognized as a reasonable time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Can I jump in, Kim?
Sure, go ahead.
About that too.
Yes, I want to bring it back to the board for more discussion of this.
Go ahead, Brian. I'll go after you.
I wanted to confirm What about the number of speakers? Because it sounded like she was referring to limiting the number of speakers, not necessarily the time. Is it a Brown Act violation to limit the number of speakers?
I will simply state when I know that we have a certain time for public comment on an issue, and I can look at the and I'll say, like, 10 minutes, and I look at the number of speakers and I can say a reasonable amount of time, because even if you look at the number of speakers, that can change in the course of things. Like, more people may raise their hand, fewer people may raise their hand. So I just have to give I just have to make a decision about the time limit and about how many that we can take. But I do recognize that we have quite a bit of public comment on many of our items on this agenda tonight. And at this point,
yeah, but I just want to, if I could confirm with Mr. Eckstein, and I apologize if I said your last name wrong, sir. Is it a Brown Act violation to limit the number of people that can speak?
So the standard should be that if there is a prescribed amount of time, then however many people can fit within that time there shouldn't be a limit on the total number of people. It's just guided by the time. But to President Trutane's point, she is allotting a certain, or designating a certain amount of speakers who could reasonably fit within that amount of time. If for some reason certain speakers are shorter and therefore there is additional time within to allow for more people, then more people could speak within that time frame.
Board Member Clark, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that the board meets before August 11th to discuss this further. Some of the speakers have brought up some very valid concerns. I hadn't thought about one of the other speakers saying that she might not have health care by the end of July, and I think this is a really pressing issue. So I'm making a motion that we meet before that. If anybody agrees, or if we have the vote, maybe we can discuss when that would be. But I think August 11th is way too late. So I'm making that motion.
I second that.
Huh. Board, this is a staff report. It's not an action item. And so I may need some guidance on how to proceed. We can certainly give direction to staff, but giving direction to staff does not require like a vote on a motion.
I want something stronger than a direction to staff. Maybe you can ask the lawyer if it's okay, or maybe I can do it later on at the end of the meeting when we ask for agendized items. But just a direction to staff, I don't think is strong enough.
I agree with Jacob's sentiment. I mean, I think if a majority of us or all 5 of us make very clear in public that we're requesting staff to bring things back by a certain date, that we can ensure that that happens. I think I would expand a little bit on what Jacob is saying. In addition to moving the decision point up, I didn't get an answer to the HR question, but I think Lisa answered it for us, which is if a decision isn't made until, the longer that we wait for that decision to be made, the longer that list of people on the provisional layoff list is uncertain about what they're doing. And I think that's not, I think I'd rather not focus on that in and of itself, because it's tied into my overall feeling that we're one of the last boards to take this up as a full board and to have a real conversation publicly about what's being considered and what's being discussed. And I'm concerned that we need not just a decision or a proposal brought to us before August 11th, but that I think the updates need to be, as somebody said, if we're leaning in one direction, or if staff are already exploring some alternatives but not others, I think it's really important to move those ideas forward in the timeline in terms of when they're presented to us. I think there's a lot of anxiety about what school is going to look like in the fall. And I think in a previous meeting, we discussed having this timeline accelerated. So to hear that the plan was to bring a proposal to us in mid-August feels contrary to, I think, what we heard in a previous meeting. So I don't know how to see if there's a majority of board members who want to revisit this timeline and how we get this information to the board earlier. But I would like to figure out how to make that clear so that parents feel that the board is involved in beginning to make some really important decisions.
Well, I'd like to add as the fourth member that yes, I think it needs to be clear for the community. Sarah spoke more about the concerns of staff and those real issues. And I too would just like to articulate once again what we heard from parents, their need to really know as soon as possible a decision that is made by us so that they can plan for childcare and other things that impact on their family life. So I too would say that we need to move ahead and have a meeting in July.
Can I just add one more thing too, is that that's 2 weeks for teachers to figure out how to deliver a curriculum in the format that the board approves. So I think there are a lot of reasons why more advanced planning, even though I understand this is very uncertain, seems to benefit the quality of whatever it is that we deliver in the fall.
So will can we as a board determine a date and then so that staff has a goal to work towards? Because then that way, I think it'll be easier for everybody. It'll be easier to take that date back to the reopening committee and say, hey, this is the date that we're working with, so that the discussion, to kind of help to, guide the discussions in the right direction to make sure that people have a focus. And then it might change, how we go about completing the road to reopening discussions. That might change if we have a date.
I think that, we've heard from 4 trustees and we've also heard from the superintendent who preferred a July date. The last 2 Tuesdays in July are the July 21st and July 28th. So I'd like to move it back to Dr. Wells. Dr. Wells, could you give a preference, please? You'll need to unmute. The board wants to have this meeting in July. So
I think maybe the first Tuesday or second Tuesday in July would be fitting just to have an item. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't like the date because that's immediately after the 4th of July holiday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I think somewhere near mid-July or no later than the 3rd week after July. But mid-July would be preferable. By then, we have a much clearer picture in terms of what option we would be ready to recommend for the board. We did hear from a few community members today, but I'm hearing from hundreds of community members about what they prefer. And then we have our health guidelines that we're going to consider in terms of the recommendation we're going to make to the board. And of course, the board makes the final call.
Can we request a meeting on July 14th then?
Absolutely.
To discuss, board members, can we come to agreement? This isn't an official vote. This is just, can we agree that we will have a board member on July 14th that will discuss the model for reopening schools?
Sure.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
That is a unanimous direction to staff, and I want the public to know that we will have a public meeting on July 14th that will take up the issue of what model we're going to use for school reopening in the fall. I also want to mention that the road to reopening is an item that we entertain at every one of our regular meetings. And so we will hear the results of the parents survey, the thought exchange, and other surveys, other ways that we have of getting stakeholder input at our June 22nd meeting coming up later this month.
President Tutain, just for the record.
President Tutain, clarification.
Sure, go ahead.
For on July 14th, is that going to be a review and action?
I would say yes, Dr. Wells. You will be able to present a review and action item on July 14th.
Yes, we will. And President Tutain, just for the clarification, Director Ritchie presented that timeline. She got that date from me with the rationale that things were changing every week. It wasn't her date she came up with. That came from me. So I didn't want folks pointing the finger at her. That finger should be pointed at me. I want to be clear about that.
Thank you. And thank you for your flexibility, given what we've heard here tonight about needing to move that to an earlier date.
Yeah, I'd like to add something, Kim.
Go ahead.
So if it comes back on July 14th as review and action, please tell me if I'm wrong, and the rest of the board, please jump in. It doesn't seem like the board is really involved in any of the decisions. Something will come to us and we'll be voting yes or no. And I don't think that that's what I was asking for, and I can't speak for any other board members, but I mean, are we going to be part of the discussion, or are we always here just to say yes or no?
Well, two of us are on the committee with Assistant Superintendent Williams and Director Ritchie. So, but I think that there can't be more than two of us on that road to reopening committee. But there are two of us there. So maybe we should put something in place to where Clementina and I can report back to the board, and then also take Bill, or maybe we should work something out so that people are included on this discussion before we vote on. So
Trustee, just to add, Trustee Mala is also on the committee as well. So there are three of us.
I think though that Jacob's point is the whole board in public needs to be having this conversation, and that hasn't been happening. And that, it's great for you guys to be on the committee. I don't think the committee is where those decisions are being made either, right? That's a forum for input and discussion, which is wonderful. And I'm really glad that staff are making that work. But I think what Jacob's getting at is the board, the full board, actually involved in this decision process, and scheduling one meeting where it's presented to us and we vote yes or no, or we face having to have another emergency meeting in the middle of July when staff are probably hoping to take vacations, sort of boxes us into a situation where we're not playing an active role. Which it sounds like if the plan is to continue to have the reopening discussion as part of every agenda, I think we can use that for more robust presentation and discussion, where Director Ritchie is saying, this is what we've learned so far. This is the kind of proposal we're thinking of developing, or just something that allows us to participate more. Because I share Jacob's feeling that this is one of the most important decisions this board will ever make. And right now we're not formally as a whole, as a body, involved in that thought process.
I'd like to move this to either Dr. Wells or Director Ritchie to speak to that.
I think that you do make a really good point about having a more clear defined agenda item, perhaps for the next board meeting. I know that we're meeting next week on an emergency meeting, but I think that for the next two meetings in June, we should certainly expand this discussion and be able to pinpoint, for example, some very key components to reopening schools. Perhaps we want to take a look at the social emotional competencies and the mental health supports of our students. Some of the resources indicate that that should be where you start. We could also take a look at curriculum and instruction. We could also take a look at facilities, for example, and personnel, similar to what we did with the planning team. So please let us know what we can present and we can expand this discussion.
Can I add something, Kim? Yeah, I just wanted to state, Sarah explained it pretty well, and I want to thank her for that. This is just kind of where I'm coming from. All 5 of us on the board were elected by the public, and I'm not sure if they thought when they were electing us that we were just here to vote yes or no on things. We all have vast knowledge, and we come to the table with different perspectives. And Sarah's right. This is a huge decision that we're going to be making, and I would like to be part of the discussion. You know, we're told all the time we're not supposed to micromanage and get into the weeds and all that stuff. I don't consider this micromanaging. This is a huge decision, and we get emails from our constituents all the time. And I'm pleading that the board as a whole is involved in this discussion, however that would happen.
Point taken, Trustee Clark. So to sum up, it sounds like to me that the board would like to have more information. I think it probably will need to be spread out between the meeting on the special meeting on the 16th and the meeting on the 22nd, because these are, this is a lot of information that needs to be conveyed. And so I'm requesting, Dr. Wells, that we expand our road to reopening discussion and include that on the meeting on the 16th next week, our June 22nd meeting, and then we'll have a review and action item on July 14th.
Happy to do so. Thank you so much for the direction.
Thank you. Okay. And now we move to our high school report, agenda item 8-2. Dr. Wells, do you want to introduce?
Sure. I have the good fortune to have our former MAC principal, now our Albany High School principal, present to us tonight on McGregor and 9th and 10th grade intervention presentation. We have Darren McNally with us tonight, and I'm so pleased that he was able to carve out some time tonight. He's in the process of getting his seniors, class of 2020, ready for Friday graduation and celebration. And even with that, he was able to still make it tonight. So with no further ado, I introduce to you, you all know him as Darren, the former assistant principal, but now Darren, Albany High School principal.
Great, thank you very much. Could we actually start with the McGregor slides, please? So I was asked to kind of do 2 things tonight. This is partly our board spotlight for McGregor, and then also talk about 9th and 10th grade intervention opportunities with Albany High School. So while this is loading, what we're spotlighting here actually, I actually just asked my staff to assemble some pictures throughout the years of McGregor and McGregor students and some of the things that we do. Because one of the things I've often talked about is the secret sauce of McGregor. The thing that makes McGregor successful is the community and the personal relationships that staff are able to make with each other and with students. So I'll just go through here. So this first slide is our current McGregor staff, starting with our secretary, LaShonda Brown, our social studies teacher, Chris Knight, our science teacher, Jeannie Kahina, the principal in the middle, me, our counselor, Diane Peterson, our English teacher, Hannah Edberg, our math teacher, Annie J. Fishberg, and our art teacher, Margaret Niles. So go to the next slide. So this is a picture of a trip we took to the Exploratorium. We've actually done a couple different Exploratorium trips with the students. I'm going to go on to the next one. So this is on the way to one of our field trips as well with some of our students. We try to often have as much community building and field trip opportunities as we can to create a sense of community. Go ahead and move on to the next one. This was one of our trips to community college. I believe this is for Contra Costa College. As part of the McGregor program, we take students on trips to different community colleges, take a look at the programs. And this is one of our trips. Go on to the next one. This was then a similar trip to BCC. The students are actually getting enrolled or going through the admissions process on their trip there. So we try to make the process of transitioning in as easy as possible. Go ahead and move on to the next one. This is actually a rock climbing trip that we did through Outward Bound at the beginning of the year. One thing I'd like to note is that most of our field trip programs are actually funded by donations, especially from AEF. And the work they do is really fantastic and allows us to provide a lot of really great opportunities for our students. This was actually a really great trip because this was actually one of the first times we saw one of our students smile, who actually usually was known for being very withdrawn. So as much as we can, we try to run a social emotional program as well as an academic program. Go ahead and move on to the next one. So this is some of the work the students did. They actually did some guerrilla gardening and built a garden behind their classroom. Actually, the student in the upper left who's doing a lot of the measuring there, he actually now has a job installing solar panels. So one more thing we do is just kind of try to get this, the students as involved as they can. This is actually part of our science curriculum. You can go on and move on to the next one. And then just some students working in class. Our English class are really focused on writing skills this year, and this is some of the students in the McGregor classroom working on writing skills. We move on to the next one. And this is some of our community building time during class. And you can go on and move on to the next one. This is our art class with some of the projects being done by our students. Next one. One program that we had in the past as well is having McGregor students work with students at Marin in the classroom, where the older students got to act as mentors to the younger students. It was really a fantastic program for both the McGregor students and the Marin students. Move on to the next one. And then this is just from the Flex office, also the McGregor office at Albany High. One thing we've been really dedicated to is having a space that feels like a home base for our students. It's kind of one more little social emotional intervention we do. We'll move on to the next one. This is from our, what we called Max Giving this year. So it was our Thanksgiving celebration for McGregor, where we had a whole lot of food available. We fed our students on the day before Thanksgiving. Once again, one more thing we did to build community and connection with our students. We'll move on to the next one. And this is just some more community building we did. I believe this was our celebration right before Christmas. And then next one, every year, except for this year, we've had an end of the year picnic for our students. And these are some photos from the end of year picnic. I think it's actually 2 years ago. And you can go on to the next one. This was actually last week when our wonderful staff put together some goodie bags for each of our graduating McGregor students. And this is some of our students coming by and picking up their senior celebration items. Definitely shout out to LaShonda Brown and Diane Peterson for putting that together for the students. And then next one. So there's just some celebratory cupcakes for our students. And next one's our last slide. This is actually two students who graduated, I believe, 4 years ago, who actually decided to put the McGregor logo on their graduation robes as part of their Bulldog Pride. So we can go and move back to the intervention slide. So I just want to take a moment and just kind of showcase some of the things that are being done with the program. One of the things I've often said with McGregor is that we're very much a social emotional program. What's made the program often so effective is that we meet the students where they are and basically work with them through. And that is really the big lesson that's in McGregor. Our interventions are not so much academic as they are about the whole person. So I was also asked to talk about McGregor within Albany High, especially as it relates to intervention at other grade levels. So the first thing I want to talk about is alternative versus continuation education, because there's often a mishmash there. Alternative education is a very broad term that covers multiple different kinds of programs. Some of those are what's called program of choice, where students can elect to do it. Other times it's sometimes related to other issues that can happen for students. Continuation education is a form of alternative education, but it's not the same thing. And continuation schools are usually considered alternative schools, but alternative schools are usually designed for at-risk populations. California Education Code says specifically that continuation education is for students at risk of not graduating due to either behavior, academic, or attendance issues within a more comprehensive school environment. Go on the next slide. So one of the things for McGregor within continuation school is you have to be 16 years or older in order to be eligible for continuation school. McGregor as a continuation program is purely a program of choice. All of the students are voluntary transfers. In some places, continuation schools can be used as a form of consequence for students with behavior issues, but that is not the situation with McGregor. Districts are required to have some sort of continuation program for students at risk of not graduating. And continuation programs generally provide a lot greater flexibility in how students meet their graduation requirements. The legal requirements, I think, around things like minutes of attendance are also often different for continuation schools. And that allows us a lot more flexibility for our programs. We also have a different credit structure that allows students to recover credits more quickly. And also McGregor credits are not considered UC A through G approved. They are not eligible. They're not qualifying for college admissions, but they are, of course, just as valid for high school graduation and eligibility for community college. Go on to the next slide. So McGregor specifically has a graduation rate that's similar to the California state average. McGregor is overrepresented with Black, Latinx, low-income, and special education students. One of the things I've often said is that MAC always is kind of a magnification of many of the things we see with Albany High. So many of the achievement gaps that exist in Albany are, of course, are reflected in McGregor. McGregor courses are limited just to those things required for progress towards graduation: English, social studies, math, science, and art. We do have an alternative method of doing PE credit, but we don't offer PE courses. For a continuation school, we're pretty lean as far as our program. Like I said, we do have a credit structure that's designed to facilitate credit recovery. We have 6-week-long grading periods. This also allows more flexibility with students coming in and out of the program with earning those credits. Our instruction is much more student-centered. There's not the same person in front of the room that there is with a lot of more traditional education. We really focus on the personalization. McGregor has done a lot of good work around using online tools and kind of hybrid environments. And as I've said before, our most effective interventions are social emotional, are about relationship building and meeting the students one-on-one, and really making them feel like they're a part of something. And that is what generally gets students across the stage at the end. Okay, you can move on to the next slide. So there's also some discussion about interventions within Albany High, especially as they apply to 9th and 10th graders who are generally not eligible for McGregor. We do have intervention counselors. Combined, they have a 0.4 full-time equivalent. They focus most of their efforts on 9th and 10th graders. And most of what they do is work one-on-one with these students or coordinate the efforts of the other counselors. We also have some academic intervention courses, such as Math 1 intervention and Math 2 intervention. We also have a homework lab designed to create some additional study space for students who need it. And we also have ELD labs for language learners who need additional support within the school day. There is also scheduled time to focus on supporting students with things like advisory. And we also have been doing an after-school teacher-led tutoring program with world languages and math and science that allows for an after-school one-on-one time with teachers and pays the teachers to provide that time. You can go on to the next slide. Of course, there are always areas for growth. And I do want to highlight a few of them here. First, of course, is identifying where we're having systemic equity issues that are impacting student achievement. I've done some work in that area in the past, but I think that's a very important focus for us, kind of the question of how we're doing school and why it's not serving certain students well. Advisories could be better managed to target struggling students, which would be an issue of coordinating with teachers around how the time is used and how do we get the students to come in. One of the real challenges around intervention is how do we essentially pull in the students who need the support. We can't just have a model where they come to us, but we need to go to them. Also having a clarified and standardized school-wide approach for students who are struggling. So for example, if a student's currently getting an F in a class, what do we do about that? What's the teacher's role, the counselor's role, any case manager's role, any administrator's role? Clarifying those processes and how we identify those students. Also more proactive interventions. If we know there are certain students in certain populations we don't serve well, what are some ways that we can focus on serving those students better before they start to struggle in school? Some of that could also be more effective referrals for community supports, and for also students and families facing a lot of non-academic challenges. One of the things we've seen within Albany High, and then also this is magnified in McGregor, most of the students are capable of doing it. Something else is getting in the way. And so the question is, how do we identify what's getting in the way and provide those supports? There was a question about who would do many of these things. These really would all be kind of top to bottom as far as the school. And I think a lot of this stuff would actually be more a question about how are we doing school? Are we really designing our school program with a focus on serving the students who are not doing well? Some of this would be leadership and coordination by administrators and department chairs. Some of this is also then the day-to-day of how teachers or counselors or case managers would do their jobs. Can you move on to the next one? I think we're at the end, actually. So I was just trying to provide a general overview here. And of course, we talk about growth areas, and I think our number one concern is doing school and doing remote learning well with whatever the fall brings. But these are definitely areas that I plan to focus on once we have more stability with our school program.
Thank you very much, Principal Ritchie. I'd like to open it up to the board for any questions or comments.
I have one question. For the McGregor program, do parents have to sign off on that, or how does that work for students who you recognize might need to be enrolled in the program?
Yeah, we have a referral process that's pretty clearly laid out that goes through our counselors. So our counselors provide the formal referral. We then have to have sign off from a parent and the student. So like I've said, it's a voluntary transfer program for everybody involved. And then generally I meet with the students and parents. Sometimes that can be tough with middle of the school year transfers and things like that. Sit down, talk about the program, talk about what it's involved in. And we really emphasize it's totally voluntary, and that people are choosing to do it and choosing that it's a better fit for them. Believe it or not, I have far more students who try to get into McGregor that I say they're not actually eligible than I have students who are found eligible that we try to refer that say they don't want to do it.
That's a perfect segue for what I want to say to you, which is I just jotted down as you were talking, and everything you talked about, the focus on social emotional, the building of community, the one-on-one focus of relationships, meeting students where they're at, projects, mentoring, all those things you do in McGregor, I think need to go back to what you call the traditional school. Those are all the things that impact on all kids, not just kids that are academically struggling, but all kids. And I really would like to see all these things that you mentioned really become more a part of the total Albany High School. And I'm not trying to say that some of those things don't already exist, but certainly in terms of a overview and what Albany High is providing for students, this whole component is not just for like I said, kids that are struggling, but really for all our students. So thank you so much for providing all this information, giving clarity, and saying that, you know, no wonder kids want to go into McGregor for good reason.
Yeah, and all this, just as an anecdote, I mean, right now, of course, is a very stressful time for students and teachers within this environment. And many of our McGregor teachers have talked about they reached into their McGregor toolkit for working with Albany High students who are struggling now. And really, it was that stuff about, you know, can you get them on the phone? Can you talk to them? Can you find out what's going on? Can you meet them where they are? Just that kind of stuff that we've been emphasizing for several years.
Thanks again, Principal McNally. We really appreciate you coming to our webinar and letting us know the news about McGregor.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our staff report 8-3, our school construction update. Dr. Wells?
Yes, President Trutain, I scheduled construction update by one of our lead construction managers. Is not here yet, and we have been trying desperately to get a hold of him. We're hoping things are okay. So I'm gonna ask if we skip this and maybe come back to it if we can get a hold to him within the next half an hour. We've been trying desperately to find out where he's at, and we're hoping most importantly that he's okay.
Definitely, yes, I share your concern. Board, can I get a head nod if we all agree to move ahead with the approval of the consent calendar?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I think there were there are several items on our consent calendar. One thing I would like to mention is the item 9-2 on consent, which is the independent contract agreement with Joanne Weil for mental health coordination and oversight. I wanted to thank Ms. Weil for providing these services and giving us long-term continuity to our mental health program. That's so important to our students. I also noticed, you know, when we did the acknowledgement of retirees, Sally Cohen, one of our mental health counselors, was listed as retiring. And I just wanted to let the public know that we're not reducing services. If I could get our human resources specialist to speak, or maybe our director of student services, about how we're going to continue our services.
Certainly. We do thank Sally Cohen for her service. In fact, I don't know if this was mentioned, she was extremely supportive for the students at McGregor High School as well as Albany Middle School. And we have interviewed for a candidate. We have recommended this candidate to replace Sally Cohen, who will be taking over all of her duties. And so we do fully anticipate that all of our current services will be able to move on seamlessly.
Great, thank you very much. The next item, the 9-3 Measure LL parcel tax rate increase. I just wanted to point out that this is the last time that the Albany School Board will be asked to approve the cost of living increase for Measure LL, since it is the last year for this sunsetting tax. After this coming year, Measure LL will disappear and will be replaced by Measure B. And I wanted to express again my gratitude to the Albany community for passing parcel tax Measure B to continue to support our schools. Kind of along that same line of supporting the schools, our consent calendar contains a donation report. And even with all of the troubles, our donations continue to be strong. And I wanted to mention that School Care usually does a sprint in the spring, you know, a week of strong fundraising. And this year, their sprint in 1 week brought in $130,000 that they will donate to Albany schools. And their combined total of donations for the year then comes up to $330,000. So I'm very grateful to all of the contributors that make that happen, and not just to School Care, but to all of our fundraising organizations that contribute to the schools and help us keep a rich curriculum. Given that, can I get a motion to pass our consent calendar?
I move that we approve our consent calendar.
Second.
May we have a roll call, please?
Student Board Member Mala,
Yes.
Student Board Member Weinstein,
Yes.
Trustee Hinckley,
Yes.
Trustee Doss,
Yes.
Trustee Clark,
Yes.
Vice President Duran,
Yes.
President Trutain.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The consent calendar passes unanimously. And that then brings us to our superintendent and board member reports. I will start just very briefly to say that it's been a very troubled time in our nation. And I wanted to give a shout out as my report to Dr. Wells, who spent some time yesterday running a Let's Talk About It forum for our staff. He had a panel and a discussion about race and justice with AUSD staff. This is much needed work, and I appreciate our superintendent taking the lead on this item. And with that, I'll hand the superintendent report over to him.
Thank you, President Trutain. I have on the screen here a number of items I want to spend a moment or so discussing with you. We're in the midst of a pandemic, and some of us have forgotten that, it seems. And in the midst of that, we have a national and a worldwide crisis with the events that have taken place, most notably George Floyd, who was murdered by the hands of an officer, and now has become a symbol, an American figure across the world for our fight for justice for all. And today was the actual funeral where the family decided to lay him to rest. And so I'm going to ask that this board and us as a district pause in a moment of silence for at least 20 seconds in honor of the life that was lost and in such an unjust manner that really ignited the world and humanity across the world, saying that we can't stand for injustice, because injustice to one is injustice to all, and that's not something we can stand by quietly. So if we could take a moment and have a moment of silence for this movement, it would be much appreciated for about 20 seconds. We can start now. Thank you for honoring that. Moving to the next agenda item. Tonight we had our retirees recognized, and I won't get into that, but the board president and the board have done a good job with that. So I'm gonna jump to item number 3 and provide an update to the Budget Advisory Committee, actually the BAC. We have concluded a series of meetings led by a number of folks where we have clarified our purpose, we're pretty much clear on our roles and responsibilities moving forward. And the long and short of this here is that on June 22nd, we will have a proposal coming to the board and asking the board to accept in terms of how the BAC operate moving forward. I have to give my hats off to all the committee members who have been actively involved, and a special thanks to Trustee Hinckley for her work on this Budget Advisory Committee to make some things happen. But just know that we're coming back before the board with a recommendation on June 22nd. Item number 4, introduction of district executive cabinet. We noticed that we have a lot of people on Zoom, and folks have been saying that, hey, who are those people up there working for the district? Who is that executive cabinet? We don't know them. You know, it'd be nice to have an introduction. So I want to pause under my superintendent report and introduce some key people on our executive cabinet who does a lot of work here at the district in supporting school sites, staff, and students. So first up on our list is our assistant superintendent, Marie Williams, and it would be nice if she can introduce herself, and then we go to the next person.
Hi, everybody. As Dr. Wells said, my name is Marie Williams. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. This is my 4th year in Albany Unified School District. I also have a 3rd grader who attends school here and is very happy to be here in Albany. Thank you.
Next, we have our Executive Director of Student Services, Alexia Ritchie.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. Again, I'm Alexia Ritchie. This is my 27th year in the district, proud parent of 2 Albany High School graduates. I'm now the Executive Director of Student Services, so I oversee student services as well as special education currently. Thank you.
And next up, we have our Chief Business. It should be officer, but I put official because she's always official in her capacity. So I kind of threw that one in there. But our CBO is Jackie Kim.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. Sorry, I have to unmute myself. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jackie Kim, and let's see, I'm gonna say, so I'm responsible for the district's business and financial affairs, meaning that I manage district's budget, accounting and risk management, purchasing and payroll, as well as the bond finance programs, meaning overseeing the bond money side. And I serve on Citizens Bond Oversight Committee and Budget Affairs Committee. So thank you. It's love to be here.
And next we have our Chief Human Resource Officer, Marina Gonzalez.
Hi, I'm Marina Gonzalez. I am, this is my 14th year in the district, and I too am a proud parent of 3 kids who have gone through the Albany schools. And I am very happy and proud to be a part of this team, and I look forward to continuing the work that we are doing together. Thank you.
And finally, we have with us, who joined us back in February, we're so happy and ecstatic to have him, is our Director of Maintenance and Facilities, Ben Borrero.
Good evening, everybody. I am Ben Borrego. I am the Director of Maintenance and Facilities for the district. And as it was mentioned, I started on February 1st of this year. And I must say that considering everything that's happened in these past few months, I am very impressed, not only with the district, but with the community for its involvement. And so I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you. That concludes our executive cabinet here at district office. Some major dedicated folks, they do not work a 40-hour week. They work at minimum 60 to 65 hours. And I have some who I have to direct not to come in on the weekend, but they do it anyway, but they do it because they're committed to service and making sure our school sites, our buildings, our staff are taken care of, and we appreciate their service each and every day. Next item up, I have special education. And the item with special education is that it is so big that it warrants a full staff report. And I'm going to request that we agendize in the immediate future a special education report and update. we have a lot of information out there, and I've been meeting with special education parents, and they have now formed a support group, a wonderful group. And they asked me this weekend, one of the representatives, if I would be so kind to answer about 8 questions. And I told them that I could probably do that on my superintendent report. And then I read the questions and we thought about it. And so I'm gonna do 4 questions in terms of a question and answer really quickly. And then I'm gonna request that we agendize the special ed report. There's a number of legitimate concerns that our parents are raising. And there are some misconceptions I think are out there as well. And so it's an opportunity to hear some concerns and an opportunity for me as superintendent to respond to some of those concerns and acknowledge some of the issues that we have to tackle in the upcoming year, including this summer. So here's the first question. So bear with me, and I'm gonna try to limit this. It says, paraeducators ensure students have the least restrictive environment. Because of paraeducator support, my son, who has significant developmental delays, was able to participate in general ed classes at the high school, choir, PE, and school music. These experiences are paramount to my son's educational and social growth. How will you ensure a least restrictive environment without paraeducators? And our response is as follows. We have teachers, staff, parents, and case manager who commit to coming up with a plan to ensure students have opportunities to be in a least restrictive environment with paraeducators. There appears to be an assumption that AUSD will just discontinue its commitment to providing students these required opportunities. And that's not the case. As for the scenario described here, services will continue. Number 2, with cuts to special education, do you understand the impact that it will have on both the student and the regular classroom that they attend? My daughter has ADHD with auditory sensory overload. This means that she has difficulty focusing in because of the noise level. During language arts, she studies one-on-one with the reading teacher outside of class during early birds. The rest of the day, she studies with all of her classmates. Her class usually has an assistant that helps other students who have IEPs too. Without special education and the requirements by law, the teacher and the other students in our classroom environment will need to adjust on a daily basis as teaching time is diverted to address our children's educational needs. Our district response. There will be some reductions to pairs. However, as it relates to individuals with IEPs and individuals' unique needs, the district remains committed to the IEP. Further, we are required to have students, in many cases, phase off or reduce from the need for pairs in order for students to develop independence. Districts have been sued successfully and for good reason for failing to reduce the need for pairs to students, thereby preventing students from having opportunities to provide or practice independence. Additionally, in our state school services report, it called our attention to the significant high number of pairs we have in our district when compared to others. Number 3, I am wondering why 50% or more of the cuts coming from special ed, given one of AUSD missions is to provide an equitable education, how are these cuts equitable? If you have to cut staff, wouldn't cutting staff members that work with all students, but that are not absolutely essential, i.e. such as librarians, gardening teachers, or literacy or math coaches, be more equitable? The district response and position. First, we think all of our teachers are essential. That's why our community passed a parcel tax to have the noted services described in question, i.e. librarians and literacy coaches to assist our most needy kids is critical to us. As noted on our provisionary resolution, cuts made to special education pairs are the first to return, and most are in the process of returning. These are the ones with assignments during the extended learning era. Those without assignments, we will re-examine those positions, roles, and responsibilities. Or is this group considered the excessive number called out by school services? These are the issues that we're working on presently. And the final question for the parent group is, and next time I'm going to ask them to put their name to their individual questions because I think that's fair. Number 4 and final, paraeducators were listed as the only phase 1 restoration priority in your presentation on May 26, 2020. And one of the community leader report, school care had already raised $330,000 for AUSD. Will 100% of these school care funds go to reduce paraeducator reductions? If not, why not? And what will the funds be used for in that case? How many paraeducators full-time equivalent will be saved due to this tremendous fundraising effort? Our response: school care has been a major partner in providing services to our kids. And they use a collaborative approach, working directly with school sites to address needs as determined by each individual site. This means what they support at one school site may look very different at another school. But again, it's based on each site needs, period. That concludes my 4 of the 8 questions that were asked of me by our special ed group. But I think we can provide more of a full report in the immediate future around special ed. I think we're overdue. And some of the issues they raise I find to be legitimate, and we do need to address some of those. Moving to the next item. Can you go up some? So, National Merit Scholarship awarded to 2 Albany High School students. This was straight from the hot off the press today, and I have to thank Trustee Duran for forwarding this to us. And we have 2 students that I want to highlight tonight for being National Merit Scholarship from Albany High School, class of 2020. Can I get a woo woo? Okay, that's just a celebration. I'm so happy when our kids just demonstrate excellence. So if I'm looking a little overjoyed, it's because I am. Ethan Chan and Allison Martin of Albany have been chosen to receive the 2020 college-sponsored National Merit Scholarship. Both are 2020 Albany High School graduates, class of 2020. Chan is expected to major in engineering at Northwestern University, while Martin will focus on engineering at Harvey Mudd College, located in Claremont, one of the Claremont schools that focuses on engineering, math, and science, where scholars from high school attend. The National Merit Scholarship Corporation announced on Tuesday, that's today, names of over 3,300 winners of scholarships financed by U.S. colleges and universities. Each award will provide between $500 to $2,000 annually for up to 4 years of undergraduate studies at the institution financing the scholarship. But more importantly, our students demonstrate that they're the best in the country, if not the world. And we tip our hat off to class of 2020, Ethan Chan and Allison Martin. That concludes my superintendent report. I think, I have one more page. Class of 2020, let's show the whole picture. We salute you. We do have a newsletter going out tomorrow morning. Dedication front page of class of 2020 with a big congratulatory statement there on the front page, and we are mailing this to every home in Albany and to all of our employees, so that you get to see all the wonderful accomplishments by our students, our staff, and what's going on around the district, ranging from our budget to facilities. It's a must read, and it's hot off the press, scheduled to go out to homes tomorrow. So look for your annual newsletter from AUSD. President Trutain, that concludes the superintendent report for tonight.
Thank you very much. I did my report previously. Vice President Durand.
Okay. I actually had to write something out. I've been thinking about this so much. So I'll just read it to you. I want to acknowledge the huge and nonstop movement going on right now in this country that is addressing racial injustice, police brutality, and systemic change in the criminal justice system. But now is also the moment, both because of the pandemic and this boiling point of social injustice, to look at systemic change in the educational institution as well, because inequities have existed since its inception. Schools are still failing significant number of students. Public school educators mostly respond that it takes time to make significant changes. Well, from my professional experiences, things don't look so different today than they did 50 years ago. That time has now run out. Today, we need to rethink what we want schooling to look like in this 21st century and what we wanted to offer all our children, not only for students of color, students with disabilities, students with different gender orientations, but what is it that we want to offer all our students? Educational inequality is a fundamental root of broader inequalities. For example, university access, careers, income inequality. So it really all starts with us, the educational system. Now is the moment for us to not just talk the talk, but walk the walk. It is time to move away from our mostly cookie cutter approach to education. Let us move to equalize academic opportunities, cultural competence, relevant curriculum, and meet all students where they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Durand. Trustee Clark?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I wanted to thank all of the community members for sending us the large amount of emails that we received. I'm not going to get into them in depth, but a lot of them are related to the special education services and the paraeducators. We also got a lot of emails regarding ACC, the Children's Center. We got one email about the office manager, who I guess is a 50-50 split at the high school in McGregor. I'm advocating for her to come back. And we also received a lot of emails about a resolution that's coming up later on about the ethnic studies model curriculum. So I just wanted to thank everybody for sending those. We do read all of your emails and we really appreciate you guys reaching out to us. Also, I would like to congratulate all of the students, parents, and teachers for working so hard during this pandemic. The school year is coming to a close and it's been difficult, and it was just great to see everybody working so hard to try to continue their education the best that they could during these trying times. I wanted to congratulate our 5th graders throughout the district who are moving up to the middle school next year. Unfortunately, things aren't going to be the same as they would expect as far as their promotions, but I wanted to acknowledge them. I wanted to acknowledge our 8th graders who will be moving up to the high school. And I also want to acknowledge all of our high school graduates. I look back on when I was in high school, my senior year, and all the wonderful things that I was able to experience with my friends. And it's very sad that they weren't able to do that. So my heart goes out to them. And I also wanted to thank the organizers who put together the parade of cars today. Maybe some people heard it within the community. Board members weren't able to participate because we went into closed session at 5:30, but a big shout out to all of the coordinators of that event, as well as all the people who showed up to recognize our class of 2020. So that's my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Clark, Trustee Doss?
Yeah, I just wanted to say a few things. First, I wanted to start by saying, congratulations to all of the graduates. After our closed session, I heard the parade. So me and my oldest daughter, we put our shoes on and we ran around the corner and we were able to catch the parade and yell for some of the graduates for a few minutes before the open session started. So I'm glad we got a chance to do that. People have been asking me all the past week or so how I'm doing, and I politely say that I'm doing fine. But the truth is that I'm not doing fine. I'm not doing okay, and that I'm angry. And every time I see a news story, every time I see a post on Facebook, I just get angry all over again. And it's frustrating because these deaths didn't have to happen. They're they were all preventable. And on top of that, we're talking about George Floyd, which is the most prominent one that everybody's talking about right now. And for over 8 minutes, that man begged for his life. And nobody should have to do that. No father should be taken from his children like that. And we're talking about celebrating graduations, but he is not going to get to celebrate his daughter's graduation. Her dad's not going to be there. And he's not going to be there for no reason. And we all need to do something to make sure that that doesn't happen to anybody else. And we really need to make a conscious effort to do something to make sure that these kids don't keep losing their parents and that these mothers don't keep losing their sons. And this is it's a serious problem. And it goes from there all the way up to, I find myself getting angry because I see all of these CEOs from all of these tech companies posting all these different posts, and they're so well written, but then their actions don't actually reflect that they actually care about the Black community. I want to read something that will kind of shed light on that. Facebook has one Black person on their executive leadership board, or on their executive leadership team, and that person's role is Chief Diversity Officer. Google has one Black person performing in the executive capacity, and can you guess what their title is? Global Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Microsoft has 0 Black people on their executive leadership board. Amazon has 0 Black people on their executive leadership board. This is white supremacy. This is institutionalized racism. And are we delegated to these roles? Can we not expand to be more incompetent, intelligent enough to oversee certain roles as financials, human resources, partnerships, marketing? Because I look at our leadership team, and our leadership team shows an example of that Black people can strive in those roles and do extraordinary jobs in those roles. I just think it's important that we all look at this and we all make changes, and we continue to talk about this and have these discussions even after things die down and after the protests die down, that we continue to have these discussions and drive towards change. And I wanted to make sure that I keep this on everybody's mind for the rest of the year. So as we do the Pledge of Allegiance each time, I'll be taking the need to remind people that we need to continue to fight for justice and for the rightful treatment of Black people. As I did tonight, you can't see because we're on Zoom, so I wanted to make sure that I mentioned that I'll be continuing to do that so that we can keep it top of mind as we continue this fight. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Doss. Board Member Hinckley?
Thank you, Brian. And I also want to thank Brian and Dr. Wells for sending such a personal and strong email to the community. I know that it can be painful to be honest about what it feels like to be a member of this community, and I really appreciate that you're willing to share that with us. It's a privilege for us to get that. I think that, like many people, there's the pandemic, there's the excitement about graduations and moving on, and there's so much rage, and also I think a lot of reason for hope in the energy that is built up over the last couple of weeks. And one of the reasons that I feel so hopeful about it is that so much of it is young people and students, in addition to the organizers that have been building the Black Lives Matter movement for years now, but seeing ideas take hold in the public that would have been thought of as unbelievably radical, just a few weeks ago, is a really powerful statement of the possibility of change. And just this week, the Berkeley City Council was beginning to think about maybe allowing a block of Berkeley to be used to paint a Black Lives Matter mural, similar to what was done in DC. And today, a group of Berkeley high school students just painted it with the help of a middle school teacher from Berkeley. And I think that is the kind of movement and organizing and energy that gives me a lot of hope that we're not just seeing, you know, a lot of sort of sympathy that's going to disappear when we all move on to the next idea. So I'm very hopeful about what our youth have to offer. And I also hope that we as a district and as the adults in the district can follow that model and can really, as several other people have said, begin to think more radically about what a truly racially equitable education system would look like. And I think, you know, we've seen just in the last week that ideas like moving funding away from police departments is no longer, you know, out of the realm of public discussion. And I'm just excited and excited about that energy at this time. But I also just want to recognize how painful this has also been for so many people. And I won't, partly because I won't make it through, but I won't try to read this whole poem, but I want to mention this summer my family went to the memorial that's in Montgomery, Alabama, for lynching victims in America. And I think what we saw happen to George Floyd was a lynching. And sorry, this is why I'm not going to try to read the whole thing. So at the end of if you ever find yourselves in Alabama, I recommend you go here. But an African-American poet named Elizabeth Alexander, who also wrote a poem when Barack Obama was inaugurated. She wrote a poem that greets you at the exit of the memorial. And I just want to read a couple pieces of it. She says, "Your names were never lost, each name a holy word. The rocks cry out. Call out each name to sanctify this place. Sounds in human voices, silver or soil, a moan, a sorrow song. Ancestors, you will find us still in cages, despised and disciplined. You will still find us misnamed. Here you will find us despite. You will not find us extinct. You will find us here memoried and storied. You will find us here mighty. You will find us here divine. You will find us where you left us, but not as you left us. Here you endure and are luminous. You are not lost to us. The wind carries sorrows, sighs, and shouts. The wind brings everything. Nothing is lost." I hope that this is a moment that begins true progress and healing in our country. And I hope that us as board members can take that responsibility very seriously in the ways that Clementina and others articulated.
I'm sorry, I think I'm out of order, but I just feel compelled to say thank you, Trustee Hinckley. It's people like you that give us hope. And you share some of our pain, and I appreciate you for trying to understand what it's like to be, trying to imagine, if you will, what it must be like to walk in someone like our shoes. And I know you can never know that experience, but just knowing that you care and that you want to make a difference, give us great hope. So thank you for that.
Thank you, entire board, for all of your updates. They were very moving. Can we move on to the student board member reports, please?
Yeah, so thank you to everyone who spoke earlier. I don't want to take away from any of that by talking about graduation. because this should be something that isn't just talked about today or this week or this year, but for the rest of all of our lives. And I think being a student right now and seeing my fellow students try to wrap our heads around this has been hard, especially because we're not together right now. And I think we often find so much community when these tragic events happen when we're together. And Michaela will talk about something that's an event that has been organized by the BSU. So for now, I'm gonna not read the rest of our report about graduation and just let her talk about that event.
So obviously a lot of students are struggling right now. And like Audrey said, I think that when people are able to come together at school, it provides a support system. And I know that there's a lot of students who aren't getting that right now. And so various student groups have tried to create a forum to provide some type of community, as well as an outlet for a lot of the feelings that people of color, and particularly Black people, are feeling right now. And so the Black Student Union, in coalition with Speak, AHS Stands, the Latinx Club, and others, will be organizing an online event. And I just found out it will be on June 13th, so the Saturday that school ends, at 3 p.m. And so I'm sure the information will be publicized. I'm happy to send that information out to whoever would like it. And I think that it's going to be a good way for people to be able to find some community right now when that's really difficult, especially when there's a spotlight on something that a lot of people have been feeling for years. So I hope that people feel moved to come. There's a lot of different students who have been working on that, and a lot of different students who are going to be sharing their perspectives. It's going to be a lot of speaking, as well as songs and poems that people have written. And I'm looking forward to the event, and I'm definitely looking forward to learning from the event. And I hope that people will attend as well.
I'm just going to add, it's on the Albany BSU YouTube page, 3 p.m. June 13th.
Yeah.
Audrey, I'd like to move it back to you to give our graduation information.
Sure. So the 5th and 8th grade promotion ceremonies will be on June 11th, which is this Thursday, and June 12th, which is Friday. And elementary students and families will be decorating, or are invited to decorate their cars for a car parade following the virtual promotion. And all students have been going to the high school and middle school and elementary schools to clear out their stuff and get portfolios from their teachers for the work from the year. And then Michaela and I also had an informational meeting for students to inform them on the budget cuts that we approved last meeting.
And then seniors will be receiving their diplomas at a small social distanced graduation, rotating, so that there's only a couple of students there at a time. So that's what seniors will be doing for graduation. And that's it for our board report.
Thank you very much, our student board members. Okay. We are progressing to item 12 on our agenda, persons to address the board on matters not on the agenda. We did receive a lot of comment for items not on the agenda. I hope that we can rotate as we have been doing with board members speaking these letters. And I think we will, given the amount of business that we have remaining to do tonight, we will have to limit these to 2 minutes of reading each. So I will,
President Trutain, I can volunteer to be the timekeeper if you like.
go ahead and do that. I think that we need to, I will go ahead and show my phone on the screen so that people will also have a visual.
Oh, okay.
It is very helpful to have a backup.
Sure.
At this point, my screen is a little bit fuzzy. I am hoping it's not for you, so that one of the trustees can go ahead, whoever's turn it is, can go ahead and begin our public comment on matters not on the agenda. If we can't remember whose turn it is, then just go
I
ahead.
can start.
Okay.
Dear President Trutain and trustees of the Board of Education, we are very concerned with the Albany Unified School District, AUSD's decision at its May 26th board meeting to fire 24 para-educators, eliminate the Albany Children's Center's early intervention preschool program, and with its haphazard approach to leadership of the special education department, including the elimination of a director position for a department which requires specialized expertise and focus. These decisions follow a pattern of indifferent and at times discriminatory attitudes of the school administration towards children and families in special education. We are also deeply concerned with AUSD's decision to silence community input at public meetings during the shelter at home. Many publicly elected councils, commissions, and boards have allowed live public comment during this time. The consequences of AUSD's failure to do so was on full display at the May 26th meeting, when the many letters submitted by parents of children in special education were simply ignored and received no public hearing prior to the board's decision to slash positions and programs that disproportionately impact our children. Subsequent to the meeting, we were told that Superintendent Wells would hold a question and answer session on special education at the June 9th board meeting, and that he invited parents to submit questions which President Trutain would read and to which he would respond. After many of us submitted carefully written, thoughtful, and heartfelt letters in advance of the consequential decisions at the May 26th meeting, only to see them ignored, we are not entirely clear on the purpose of submitting questions, given that the decision has already been made. Nonetheless, in the spirit of good faith, a fellow parent is working on gathering questions from parents. We are also informed that Dr. Wells would like to hear, quote, would like to hear a proposal from AUSD parents of students in special education to address this crisis, end quote. We are not making an affirmative proposal at this time because we are currently working together to gather input from families who receive special education services from across AUSD and to construct a response that reflects our collective concerns. President Trutain, is that time, or would you like me to keep going?
Because this is signed by so many people, can we just read the rest of the letter?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay. Okay. However, this request also calls to question why the superintendent and his highly qualified professional staff did not submit a proposal outlining how the district is going to meet the needs of students in special education prior to making these drastic cuts that disproportionately impact our children. Yet again, this reveals a pattern of unequal treatment and an indifference to the needs of children in special education and their families. Ultimately, we believe there is a need for a fundamental shift in the hearts and minds of AUSD's leadership with respect to the role of children in special education within the school community. As parents, we are working hard to formulate a response that ensures that AUSD provides all children with access to the education they deserve. Going forward, we hope AUSD will work proactively to engage families of children in special education to generate solutions that reflect our children's rights and needs. Thank you. Sincerely, there's about 68 signatories.
Okay. Our next letter, and this one is from a single author who also signed the previous letter, and so I think we will get through most of it in 2 minutes.
From Cheryl Tice. Dear President Trutain and trustees of the Board of Education, I'm the parent of 5 Albany students and an education advocate at a national disability civil rights organization, where I focus on improving outcomes for the most vulnerable students and families, children in foster or kinship care, homeless and refugee families, students of color, and those at risk of falling into the school to prison pipeline. I advocate for meaningful parent engagement, early identification, robust intervention, and universal design for learning so that we can move past the problematic division between special and general education and begin to serve all students effectively and inclusively. In spite of the fact that a significant percentage of our students spend most of their school day in general education, district leadership in Albany over many years has approached special education as a problematic silo, encroaching on the funding of core general education programs. This is a false and discriminatory dichotomy and impacts the staff doing the work directly in myriad ways when critical support is not provided and the system seems devalued. Many students with disabilities are experiencing regression in their academic, mental health, behavioral, and functional skills right now. Who is monitoring and tracking this? I'm hearing from families who are frustrated, overwhelmed because their children cannot access or benefit what the district is offering. While all students have reduced access, students with disabilities in some cases have none. The idea that ASUD is offering a free, appropriate public education to students with disabilities so they can make meaningful progress towards their goals at this time is not supported by the reality on the ground. To cut programs and staff at a time when students with disabilities will be returning to school needing increased attention, coordination, and intervention is inappropriate. Regardless of intent, the district's approach to meeting the needs of some of its most vulnerable learners have become inflexible and ineffective.
Okay, yeah. Okay, we have one more public comment that came in through email. And after that, we'll have a few minutes for taking public comment from our attendees. So if you would like to speak on matters not on the agenda, please raise your hand.
I'll read this one, Kim.
Thank you.
Okay, it says, Dear Superintendent Wells and members of the AUSD School Board, students in special education have been far more impacted by distance learning than other children, a situation the district has done very little to remedy. Extended school year, ESY, exists so that students with disabilities don't regress during the summer, and it is all the more important to have a quality ESY program. During the summer session, only a small number of students occupy an entire campus. ESY provides the district with an important opportunity to bring students and teachers back together on campus in a safe and controlled environment. The shelter-in-place order has just been revised, and summer camps in Alameda County are already starting to reopen. In San Rafael, schools have already begun an ESY program with face-to-face instruction, and the feedback from staff, students, and parents have been one of relief and gratitude. I know our current focus is on the coming fall term, but given that fewer students attend summer session, why not consider this immediate opportunity to provide much needed support to students in special education? In hope and thanks, Irene Jacobson.
Thank you, Trustee Clark. Okay. And now we can begin our public comment on matters not on the agenda. Assistant Superintendent Williams, would you like to invite our first speaker?
Yes, currently there's one speaker, Lorena Hoogsteden. You may begin.
I yield my time so the letter can be finished read. Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, can that be clarified? Are we gonna, was the request to finish Ms. Thesis' letter? I'm going to assume that was the intent. Okay, yeah.
Okay. I think All right, I'll start where reopening guidance. I think there's a part still missing, but I'll start there. Reopening a little bit higher up, I think. Okay, here we go. Regardless of intent, the district's approach to meeting the needs of some of its most vulnerable learners has been ineffective and inflexible. Frontline staff are doing what they can under challenging conditions, but I've seen several letters from administrative staff that do not reflect in tone or content a spirit of collaborative problem solving or individualization required by law. I urge you to move cautiously in making changes to the SPED program that may not be legally compliant, educationally appropriate, or are inadvertently coercive to some families. Many families are exhausted and stressed. They need to know that district leadership is preparing a workable plan to educate students next year. If there are insufficient paraeducators available for students when schools reopen, you are creating a systemic compliance concern. Parents will then face difficult choices: keep their child home because the school is not prepared to support them adequately, agree to changes to the IEP they don't agree with only so that the child can return to school, or use due process. This is not consistent with IDEA requirements mandating meaningful parent engagement, local resolution, and school parent partnership. Okay. Reopening guidance from the CDE released June 8th gives flexibility to local districts, but requires smaller groups, more space, and safety hygiene protocols. Individualized support during time on campus and in a hybrid model for times that they are learning from home for students with disabilities will be needed. The strategy of giving our students more campus time, but in more segregated settings, goes against the legal and ideological underpinnings of the IDEA, the ADA, and Section 504. Additionally, there may be disproportionate discipline and segregation of students with disabilities if they can comply with safety protocols when schools reopen. Many have sensory, emotional, physical, or behavior.
Time limit. Okay. Okay, I see.
Can I just read the last maybe paragraph just real quickly? Because she kind of directs what she'd like to see.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, just one. I ask district leadership to partner with staff and families to solve challenging budget problems without sacrificing inclusive education and support staff, eliminating a strong SDC early intervention program for our youngest students, segregating and over-disciplining students, and eroding parent trust. Take time to listen and work with us to create change for all learners. Include us on hiring committees and when developing training programs for staff, especially now when working directly with families to meet student needs is urgent. Don't use short-term budget cuts to special education staff and programming to address long-term structural programs. At this difficult and challenging time, keep access and equity at the center of every decision.
Thank you very much, board, for reading these, and thank you, public, for sending them in, and to our attendees. Yeah. We move to agenda item 13, review and action. Dr. Wells, we have a 13-1 memorandum of understanding with Alliant.
Yes, this is coming forward from our HR department. I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Human Resource Officer, Marina Gonzalez.
Hi. So this agreement with Alliant, this is a brand new agreement that we are entering into, meaning there are many schools that we have already partnered with, set up agreements to have student teachers or student interns. For this particular, like I said, with Alliant, we haven't partnered with them before. We do have 2 teacher interns that are enrolled in their program and who have been offered employment with our district for next year. And those folks will be working over at the middle school. They have actually subbed in our district before and have done work as a long-term sub this year actually, and did quite well. And I think maybe they were pressure testing the teaching profession and found that this is something that they want to pursue. And the middle school is happy to have them back. They're excited. And approving this agreement would allow them to work over at the middle school under an intern credential. So that's the purpose of this agreement.
Are there any questions or comments from the board?
I guess I have just a question, and I don't know if it's, well, yeah, it's obvious, it's appropriate, which is, have you vetted Alliant, meaning that not only based on the two substitute teachers who are now becoming regular teachers in the school district, are you in fact very comfortable, confident that this would be a good agreement going forward?
I am confident in the agreement. I think that we just maybe haven't had an opportunity in the past to work with this school, but I trust that it will be a positive outcome for all involved.
Thank you.
Okay. Board, I'm looking for a motion for the memorandum of understanding with Alliant for the two student teachers. I will make the motion then that we approve the teacher intern agreement with Alliant International University.
I'll second.
Okay. Ms. Shen, may we have a roll call vote?
Student Board Member Mala,
Yes.
Student Board Member Weinstein,
Yes.
Trustee Doss,
Yes.
Trustee Clark,
Yes.
Vice President Duran,
Yes.
President Trutain,
Yes.
Trustee Hinckley. Trustee Hinckley. Don't see her. There she is.
Sorry.
Trustee Hinckley. Yeah.
Not sure what happened there.
Trustee Hinckley, how do you vote on the contract?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. The memorandum of understanding with Alliant for student teaching and intern agreements passes unanimously. We come to our review and discussion items. That's 14-1, Albany Children's Center Program and Budget Evaluation. Dr. Wells, would you like to introduce this?
Yes, President Trutain, this is our presentation tonight. It's twofold. One is the Albany Children's Center update. That's the part I would cover, and the budget evaluation would be done by our CBO, Jackie Kim. So I'm going to ask that we move to the second slide and just kind of pause. District acknowledges and appreciates, and ACC is one of the longest standing Albany institutions, a rich piece of history. Staff has been there for decades, giving our kids, our youngest kids in our system, just a great start. And the skill set and the wealth of information, the heart and soul at that institution is something that should be applauded. And I wanted to take a moment to do that this evening. ACC Preschool is an award-winning program, another proud accomplishment. And the district intends to operate preschool, albeit on a smaller scale, when it is safe to do so. We started this week, yesterday, working with our preschool teachers, preparing for a target date to open up August 1st. We do have some state guidelines, 1 to 12, that came out on June 5th. As a maximum, some schools are opening up 1 to 6, 1 to 8, 1 to 10. Our county told us and recommended 1 to 10, so we're going with 1 to 10. Just to note, the intention of restructuring the ACC program was to protect the district from significant financial loss in fiscal year 2020-21. Next slide. Update. AUSD last week received confirmation that the ACC grant will continue for the 2020-2021 school year. This was important because there was a lot of rumor and misinformation in our community, one of which included that we were putting for some reason, our grants in jeopardy. COVID-19 did a lot of disruption to a number of programs, including our preschool programs, not just here in Albany, but throughout the state and the country. And so our grants for preschool and other programs are all intact, and we were never in a position to lose those grants. It says here, layoff notification of 4 preschool teachers have been rescinded. We're in the process of having that officialized and plan on bringing it to the board on June 22nd, along with a number of rescinding positions for the board to see, review, and accept. And we're excited about that. Preschool teachers and staff are currently planning changes necessary to reopen safely. We're meeting once a week. We may have to up that to twice a week. We've got a good initial start with the input from our preschool teachers. We thought it was critical that we be collaborative and inclusive because the preschool teachers know the ins and outs, and we want to make sure they were an active part of opening school up with the target date August 1st. So we're excited about that. Of course, this is contingent upon county and state health official guidelines, and the current guidelines is we have the green light to go ahead and start the process. Next slide. ACC program enrollment. Last year, as you know, we had in our preschool 72 students, 55 families were subsidized. In our before and after school program, we have about 415 kids. 126 of those kids are subsidized families. And so I just wanted you to have some of those factoids because it's important to know. For the upcoming 2020-21 school year, preschool is projected to have 40 kids because we have 4 classrooms, and our ratio is scheduled to be 1 to 10, meaning 10 per classroom. And of course, that's going to mean a teacher and at least 1 aide minimum. We believe in having an aide in the classroom at all times, so there's never in our preschool program just 1 adult in a classroom with all our kids. That's a safety measure for us that we practice and take dearly. The before and after school program is projected to have about 230 kids of the 415 kids because of our expected guidelines. And so we're using that figure because that's what we have today. That doesn't mean it won't change in about 2 months when schools are scheduled to open and after school programs as well. Next slide. ACC budget evaluation. Historically, before and after school program revenues effectively subsidized the preschool, which typically operated in the red. The 2 programs together were self-supporting. There's a grant support for low-income families in both programs, and we're ecstatic about that. That's why we value the grant so much. However, in our COVID-19 era, the before and after school programs will be reduced due to physical distancing requirements, current guidelines. And the preschool programs would also have to adhere to smaller class size as previously noted. Next slide. What about indirect costs? We brought this up because this question was asked and there seemed to be some confusion around why are we charging the preschool money, $130,000? And I think it was a good, fair question. And so indirect costs annually attributed to ACC program. It's important to note, bear with me, that all programs are charged at indirect costs annually, consistent with standard practice. Last year, the indirect costs to ACC programs was approximately $130K. The state provides district annually with indirect cost rates for programs. We don't come up with a rate and say, hey, let's just take this for the program. We get our rates from the state. Indirect costs cover general management expenses, including administrative activities necessary for the general operation of the program. These cover such items as facility use, the 720 Jackson site, known as ACC, where our preschool is housed, accounting, budgeting, payroll, HR services, purchasing, legal coverages, insurances, and centralized data processing. So those are some of the things that the indirect costs help to cover. But due to further evaluation, we go with the state rate and we stick to it, independent of what it costs us. Next slide. Why use indirect cost rate? How does it benefit an organization? Here's straight from the CDE website. And I really typically don't like reading to folks, but I'll go ahead and give people an opportunity to read to themselves while I read out loud. But in general, general management costs are necessary for any program to exist, as you all are aware. For instance, all programs will use the business office at one time or another for services such as contracts, purchasing, payroll checks, and personnel management. Without the benefit of an indirect cost rate, there would be no standard way for each program to contribute its share of the general management costs without spending a lot of time, staff time, having to time account to each activity. By using an indirect cost rate, LEAs, also known as local educational agencies, have a standardized, efficient way to recover a share of the general management costs from individual programs. Next slide. Budget history and projection. Well, we will momentarily present a recasting of the 2019-2020 HCC budget, separating preschool and before and after school program to show actual costs with division of staff salary / benefits, the whole benefit package. Then we will present a possible 2020-21 scenario with 10 students per preschool classroom, according to recently released ACOE grant agency guidelines. Costs will not include any protective personnel equipment, additional sanitation, hand washing station, etc., because these costs cannot be accurately predicted at this time, but we will pin down a estimated costs in the immediate future because we need to have that budgeted. Although we note that these are real expenses that will be incurred. I'm going to pause here and turn it over to our CBO, Jackie Kim.
Thank you, Dr. Wares. So we are going to look at our past year's budget and actual numbers for ACC programs. ACC program has preschool and before and after school program. So historically, the trend was before and after school program makes money and fund the preschool program. So this is the number for 2018 and 19. As you can see, the preschool have net loss of $125,000, and before and after school program made money of $130,000. So altogether, the ACC total was net income of $5,000. And again, as of June 30, 2019, ACC fund balance was $130,000, meaning that ACC had $130,000 as a savings and also made another $5,000 in 18-19. So next slide, Julie, please. So this is for 19-20. An extra number for up to May with payroll expenditures, but not with any other like supplies, materials expenditures in May because we haven't received any invoices if there is any, and haven't and also June expenditures, which is payroll expenditure, are projections. So 11 months of numbers are actual numbers and 1 month of projection. So preschool, as again, this is the same trend that what we used to see, except parents' fees for both preschool and before and after school program was reduced about for 3 months worth of the fees because we were closed for 3 months. Okay, so that is really the big difference between these numbers and the prior year numbers. So this year, instead of before and after school program making money or having some net income and fund for preschool program, it just couldn't happen due to COVID-19. So the state honored the full contract amount, which we are gonna get the same amount as what we were gonna get before the COVID-19, regardless of closing the program for 3 months. But the parents' fee is the one that we are getting about 450,000 less than what we were projected or estimated. So you can see the total loss of 674,000 for 1920. So that means the general fund contributions would be not 674,000 because ACC program had a fund balance of 130,000. So the contribution amount will be about 543,000, $500,000 from the general fund. Okay, so this is where we are at this point with the ACC program. Okay, so next slide. So this is for 2020-21 projection. As we saw the presentation earlier, we are having the students at 55.5% level, which is 40 students compared to 72 students in 1920. That means the state revenue will be 50.5%, and the parent fee is also 55%. And less the July parents' fees for the preschool programs. Also, this is at 55%. And all the food service programs are also adjusted at 55%. The only thing, so the big picture is revenue was reduced by 55.5%, but expenditures for preschool stays the same as last year. The reason is for every classroom, we will need a 1 teacher and 1 para, even though we have a 10 students or 20 students, right? And also preschool is having more than 7 hours or 6 hours, that we will need additional paras to have the longer days. So the expenditure is staying the same as 2019 and 20. So because of that reason, we are seeing about $500,000 loss at for the preschool program. Okay. So now let's look at the before and after programs. So the revenue is at 55%. Expenditure, however, it was reduced by directors' salaries and benefits package, and also reduced. So the teachers, we are keeping the same teachers, but the paras, we keep it about 55%. So as you can see, the expenditures was down a little bit compared to 1920. So before and after school program, you will see about 10,000 net income, meaning this before and after school program is not able to fund preschool next year. Okay, so this is where we are, $500,000 loss. That means since now we use up all the fund balance at 1920 of 130,000. So this year for the 2021, general fund contribution will be 543,000. So that's where we are with the program for the budgets. Julie, if you can put back those Dr. Ware's slide, going back to slide, thank you. And page, thank you. The next one.
As you can see, the current plan, no, that you were on the right one, current plan reopen August 1. The current plan is to reopen August 1. That's our target date, and we're committed to that. We have a lot of work to do in the interim, and we're doing that in conjunction with our preschool staff teachers at the preschool. As I mentioned before, we're starting to meet weekly. We may have to up the ante and meet twice a week as we begin to bring back folks and rescinding some positions. We are going to reopen special day class preschool program for young learners with special needs. This is a federally and state mandated program. This is not affiliated with ACC. All districts are required to have this. So, but it's associated, and people think it's part of ACC, but it's not. It's part of Albany Unified School District program, preschool program. And we have 4 students in this program currently. We're planning to open all 4 preschool classrooms at a ratio of 1 to 10, and if guidelines allow, and we think they will. First priority enrollment, as we understand it, will be our essential workers, as the edict we got from the governor earlier when COVID-19 hit. Some question whether or not we can do that. So I'm calling our chief person at the California Department of Education, Early Childhood, and see whether or not anything changed. But as of now, that's our plan, consistent with the edict we got earlier when we went to closing schools and when some centers were considering opening, essential workers were top on the list. Second would be other essential workers in the area. And then it won't be all others. It would be first priority to our subsidized families and then all others. So I wanted to clear that piece up. And so next slide. A recap. ACC is not closing for the 2020-21 school year. We are addressing some issues so that we can make it more self-sufficient, but it is not closing. We value the services that it provides to our community and our most needy families, and giving kids who ordinarily wouldn't have a good starting chance, a good starting chance. And so that's what we're going to advocate for. And we're looking forward to opening up as soon as possible. And as soon as possible for us is August 1st, as it stands today. AUSD has received assurance that our funding will be continued for the 2020-21 school year. And I want to spend a moment here because one of the biggest concerns, and it alarmed us here in the district with the rumors about we're losing our funds, we were assured that was not the case. So that was good news. Core staff returns on July 1 to begin planning modified preschool, to continue planning modified preschool programs. And then reopening is dependent on the status of the pandemic. Right now, we have the green light. We're hoping we don't have any regression. That would impact all schools in the country and in California, and even here in Albany. When on-site elementary structures reopen, before and after school programs will be available, although details of these programs are being worked out. Information will be available closer to the time that schools will reopen. I'm hoping to have something clearer after the board had time to review and discuss possible scenarios and vote on the direction we're going sometime in mid-July. It was good to hear that news tonight, but we're proceeding as if we're gonna open as scheduled. And that concludes our ACC report, update, and budget evaluation. President Tutain, we're ready to entertain questions.
Thank you for that presentation. We're going to do our usual. We're going to open it up to board question and discussion first, then we'll move to public comment, and then we'll come back to the board to finish up. So board trustees, please feel free to ask any question or make any comment.
I have a question. So can you go to the bottom slide? Yeah, okay. So at the last meeting that we had voted to temporarily discontinue the work of the ACC teachers and we had to give 60-day notice. And then by the time that 60-day notice is up, it would be what, that was June, so August. And then in August, we're asking them to come back. Is that, am I right about all of that? Or am I missing something?
We are, thank you for the question. We plan on asking them to rescind the letters on or before July 31st. We're part of this when there is a reduction in staffing, those are negotiated items. And so we're negotiations with their respective union and working on the specifics around that. But we are very optimistic that we would have people back and at work on or before July 31st.
Okay, so what is then now the results of the meeting that we had last time and the decisions that we made about layoffs and or temporary layoffs? What's the status of that right now in relation to the ACC teachers?
We're planning on bringing our ACC teachers and most of the staff and the staff back as soon as possible. We are going to be bringing a list to the board on June 22nd as we work out the details.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple of questions also about staffing and the budget. In the, excuse me, downsized programs scenario at 55.5%, in the preschool, the expenses stay the same because I think, as you said, you have to maintain the same number of teachers even while we accommodate fewer kids. But in the before and after program, the expenses are about half as much. Is that, can you explain how the staffing ratio is affected for the before and after program? Why that expense is so much lower? And then I guess a related question is, have you explored ideas for not reducing enrollment in before and after care at all, if we're able to find enough classrooms to accommodate what I imagine could be even larger demand for after school care, if we assume, as many districts are discussing, that we're not offering a full school day. So could you talk about how this scenario was developed for before and after program, and then what other scenarios are possible, since this is more, anything we could do to sort of increase the volume of that program helps offset some of the 1 year deficit that we're going to face in the preschool.
Trustee Hinckley, I can speak to the space issue, the operative word if, and I think as the board knows that we're very limited in space. If we had the space, that can be a realistic option. It would require hiring more staff with more space. So I'll turn the rest of the piece around the finances over to our CBO.
Sure. So thank you. After school program, we were still working, but we were hoping that we can reduce some of the para positions at level of 55% while we are keeping all teachers, because we have less students in the classroom. Preschoolers, they're like 10 students, but then before and after school program, it was a lot more students. Now it's going to be reduced by half of the students. So we are hoping to see some of the reductions in para positions. So any scenario, Sarah, you mentioned, it could be worse if we are keeping the same staffing.
Got it. Can you just spell out what the actual staffing requirement will be for after school? So if the county is recommending, what's the maximum class size they're recommending? And don't we also have to have 2 adults in each of those classes, and what size would those classes be?
The size of the classes would be based on the guidelines that we would get as it opens up. But right now, we believe the guidelines are 1 to 12 maximum. We're hoping that may increase. So as you can see, there's so many different scenarios. And so we wanted to use the present guidelines scenario, but it can change and we don't know. And so as we've tried to do a projection here, we thought it was best to go with the current guidelines.
So sorry. So this is based on 10 students in the aftercare, but do we also need 2 adults in each classroom for the aftercare like we do for the preschool? Because if we do, then it doesn't seem like these expenses can go down from 2 million to 1 million.
In after school care, there has to be 2 adults present in a classroom.
So, Trustee Hinckley, so in that case, right, expenditures will go up. That means this is more of the optimistic scenario. So $500,000 contribution will be larger. So I guess this is a really better scenario than it could happen.
The ratio.
Well, it's potentially an additional $1 million. Well, I don't know how. I think it would be helpful to know what the numbers are here of students that this is based on, and what where the expense number comes from, in order for us to understand, you know, optimistic is one thing, but not possible is a different thing.
Did they change the ratios for?
Let me
change it?
I wanted to. You can legally have 1 teacher in the classroom, but our practice a commitment. And so the scenarios we're giving you was within the law, what we can legally do. But in terms of good practice, you would want a minimum of 2 teachers in a classroom. And so if we go with the best practice model with 2 adults in a classroom, which we prefer for health and safety reasons and to protect adults, and more importantly, our children, we would want 2. But if we're just being legally, stay within the legal requirement, you can get away with 1. And that's not our preferred recommendation. But here's the scenario using just the 1, a very skeletal.
So this scenario is using 1 because by the law says you only need 1 you need less staff for after school program than you do for like in-class instructional time.
That's the similar concept that we discovered this year, yes.
Okay, I have some questions, but I'll let Sarah finish.
I guess I'm done. I'm still trying to understand where this scenario fits in the realm of possibilities. I guess the second piece of my question was just, and you've partially answered it, was are we exploring sort of many options for increasing our capacity to serve parents in the before and after school program as our plans for regular school evolve? Because if what I'm hearing is that this budget of expenses includes half as many teachers as we would actually need to staff, then we're talking about far more than $500,000 from the general fund. And I think, you know, I'm personally committed to figuring out a way to keep these programs open. I want to make sure we know what we're walking into and developing strategies that are going to make that succeed.
I want to just interject here for a minute. I know there's a lot of trustee questions on this. In the presentation, there was a slide, ACC program enrollment, and I just want to remind everybody of that slide. It said that for this current year, we've had 415 kids in the before and after care program. and that next year our CBO just projected that we would have 55%, 230 kids in the before and after care program. I also want to circle back. I think that she alluded to this, but you know, the guidelines that are all coming out say that you must maintain these bubbles of safety, that the kids can't be mixed with another group. So one thing that has happened in the past is that as parents pick up and the group of kids dwindles down, gets to a smaller number, then we've combined classes, and that cannot happen this next year. So you can't mix those bubbles together. So the 10 kids that are in this preschool class, or the also reduced number that are in this before and after care class, have to stay together, and they cannot be combined or mixed. That would allow us to get to let staff go home. So that's I believe that's the core reason for this increased staff cost. Trustee Hinckley, the point you make about on the projection, we're projecting that we're going to only be able to serve 230 kids, and yet our staff expenses were listed there at 55%. I think that we need to go back to CBO Kim to get some clarification about how she built that model. CBO Kim, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. So let's see. So we, this model has all the teachers in 100%, and the paras are at 55%. What we thought is it's a little different from preschoolers, because preschoolers really concise 10 students. So that means it's really clear that one teacher, one para at each time. But for this program, since it's in every site a larger program, it's a bigger classrooms. So this is really based on the enrollment. When we have a 55%, we just cut 55% for paras. So that's really, we built this with the 100% of the teachers in one, every classrooms.
Thank you for that explanation. Trustee Doss.
Yeah, I just have a few questions about the subsidized families. I'm looking at the numbers here, and it says that the preschool program has 72 kids, with 55 of those kids are subsidized, and then the before and after school 126. And then once we go down, obviously the numbers that we can have in there, they go down. Those subsidized families are still gonna need the care. We're limiting the spots, but then we're opening the spots to non-subsidized families. And so I'm just wondering how we're going about doing that. This is not a real example, but it's an example that I could think of that will kind of help to maybe get an answer to how we're going about doing this. Is that you could have an essential worker, essentially, who is a physician, because they are essential, like they're saving lives, and they could take, let's say they have 2 kids, they take 2 spots away from 2 subsidized families that can't afford childcare, that can't afford to care anywhere else. And so I'm wondering like how we're going about working that out, making sure that the families that can't afford to send their kids anywhere else have a spot, and that families that are also essential but might be able to afford other options. How we're going about doing that to make sure that we're serving our most needy families.
Trustee Doss, very, very good question. what we're planning on doing this week is connecting with our chief person at CDE in early childhood to see whether or not essential workers still get precedent, or are we back to the way we used to do it, where our subsidized families, which I prefer, get first dibs. And so that is a answer we can get back to the board with, because it's one we want to know as well.
Related to that, I assume you'd also find out if for example, we're only offering 40 preschool slots, even if those were all subsidized families, that's still 15 fewer spots than we have for the contract. So what would happen to those spots, essentially? I mean, do we just say to the state that we don't have the physical capacity to have as many kids until the class size can go back up? I think that would be helpful to find out from CDE as well.
Thank you for the question. We will get back with you on that. There may be an updated answer to that, but we would follow up again. Thanks.
In relationship to that question to ask, I understood that you said the ACOE guidelines, and I'm wondering, I mean, health safety comes first, but can the guidelines be expanded a little bit? Meaning, for example, that the bubble for the little kids would be, instead of 1 to 10, say 1 to 12, because the physicality, the classrooms are the same regardless of whether you have the 10 kids, or I don't know if it's 20 at early childhood, what that classroom size is, but essentially the physical space is the same, and whether in fact, if those are just guidelines, to what degree would we be able to expand? And the only reason I'm suggesting it as something to look into is because of the numbers that have been already talked about, that there are going to be a number of kids that need the childcare and are going to be left out because we're using, at this moment, the guidelines of ACOE. And once again, whether we can push those guidelines back a little bit, like 2 kids, and also in terms of the before and the after school programs, you said legally it's really 1 adult, but that's when, but for best practices you have 2 adults, but that's when you have a full after school class size, correct? And I don't know what your numbers are, what the numbers are dictated by the state or whatever, whether in fact we could just have 1 adult that deals with 12 students. That sounds reasonable. If you had 20 or 24, then yes, you need 2 adults. But if it's 1 to 12 ratio, as you've suggested, then you could possibly just have 1 in order to cut costs, and then 2, expand it so that after school, before school could have more students enrolled as well.
Yeah, we Vice President Duran, we looked at a number of different scenarios. We believe that we have to have guidelines that we adhere to. We don't want the economics of the funding to supersede what's best in terms of how to keep our kids safe. Is there a possibility that we can have 1 to 12? Well, the state guidelines allow us to go maximum. And in the next census or so, I think it says, recommend that you go lower than the maximum. And so is the angle to get as many kids in the class? So what we grapple with are 2 different issues at least. Is the goal is to get as many kids in the classroom as we can and go to the maximum? Or do we want to do it where it's safe? And a lot of people doing phase in. Sometimes they're starting with 4 kids this week, 6 kids next week, 8 kids, and staying with 8 kids, and then maybe 10. But we may adhere to a phase in model ourselves. We don't know. We talked about that at our meeting yesterday. That's 1. 2, for before and after school programs, yeah, to get more money and more revenues, we can have 1 adult in the room, but that's a bad practice. And case in point, when something happens to a kid, or we've been in many situations over the years where there is a claim against an adult, and we only have one adult in the room in an after-school program or a summer camp program. It's a bad practice, and if you think you're saving money now, you're going to lose a whole lot having to fight that battle by not having an ideal practice where whereby kids' safety come first. And I know you don't mean that, but I'm gonna give you another perspective. By having always two adults there, one to protect the kids and one to protect the adults. And so when I talk about best practice or evidence-based practice, we would want to put safety first, which would mean having, at minimum, two adults always there with a kid. Even if it's two kids or one kid, you want two adults in the program. It's just good practice for all, families, staff, kids. And so that's what we have to consider as well.
Quick follow-up question. You mentioned about the essential workers and that you were gonna follow up. Is the current, what you listed here, is that the guideline that they set forth? And then we have to check to see if we're able to adjust that as far as the priority list, or do we determine the priority list as a board?
Thank you for the question. The grant determined the priority list. And right now the grant determined that and I love it, our subsidized family get priority. But we also had to eat it when we went into COVID-19, that childcare will service as a priority, the essential workers. And so we need to get clarification of that, whether or not that's still in effect, or is the grant as it's spelled out, our subsidized family get priority and secure the seats first. And so I want to get back to the board on that after we talk to CDE further.
Okay, I mean, because that makes sense, because it's a little confusing, because I mean, if our priority was essential workers, then we would be open right now, because the essential workers are essential because they're working right now. But the ACC is closed.
Yeah, the operative word there would be if it were safe to open.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna let the public. Sorry, Kim.
Actually, I have a couple of very quick comments. One of which is that as a parent myself, I would have not. My kids have been in aftercare programs when they were in elementary school, and I would not have enrolled my kid in a program that had only one adult alone in a classroom with a closed door. I find that idea very disturbing on a number of levels. If a kid gets hurt and needs immediate attention, there needs to be two adults, I think. You know, that's best practice, and there's good reason for that. I would also just bring up the idea that because of this pandemic, you know, I mean, nobody wants to be in this situation, but I don't think that we can even consider a model where we have, you know, these different classes of aftercare going on, and then having a roving paraprofessional who goes in to give a bathroom break to a teacher or something like that, because that roving aide would be traveling between these bubbles of safety and could possibly be infecting these different all of these different rooms. And the idea is that we need to have this separation in order to maintain the safety. So these are very difficult questions, and I know that our families need care, and this is not the situation that any of us want to be in. And I am grateful to all of the people at the district office and our staff who are working hard on trying to figure out exactly how to do this and how we can do this safely. And I just also want to put a plug in for that first priority where it says AUSD staff. I certainly hope that our teachers would find a space open to them for their own kids in our programs. because we need our teachers and our staff to be able to do their job in order to serve all of the children of the community. Okay, I do think, do we have any more comments or questions from the board before we open it up to public comment? We have a number of emailed public comments that we'll need to read in our usual manner. And we do have public that are standing by to make live comment as well.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance yet, Kim.
I'm so sorry. Board Member Clark, please go ahead.
Yeah, whoever's running the meeting, if they could please put up the slides about the budget for the ACC. Yeah, if you can go up to the top for, so yeah, on the top page, it says that in 18 and 19, that for the before and after program, the expenses was 1.4 million. And then if you come down to the next slide, for the projections for 19 and 20, the expenses are a little over 2 million. So if staff could explain why it's $600,000 approximately more in that second slide.
Sure. So before and after school program hired additional 10 FTE in fiscal year 1920. So that is really the major difference. It is because of additional staffing was needed to walking the students between the sites due to temporary housing. And also they are now operating longer hours. It used to be shortened hours, but now it's longer hours for 1920 year. So there was another cost there, and plus COVID-19 expenditure of 450. So easy way to say is that the deficit for 1920 of 674,000, I would say about 450,000 is due to COVID-19, and the rest is due to other reasons.
Yeah, if those other reasons are because we added 10 FTEs because of the construction or possibly TK and K going to AM PM schedules, I don't know why that's put on ACC as being an extra expense. That's an extra general fund expense when the board made the decision to do what they did. So I don't know why that is added in here, because that's definitely not, in my opinion, should not be in ACC's numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Can you just clarify the 450,000 in COVID expenses? What do you mean by that?
Sorry, I should say less revenue. So 450,000 was right, the loss of revenue for 3-month closure.
Okay, and then can you just to wrap up our earlier discussion, that the $1 million expense projection for next year does not reflect always having 2 teachers in a classroom for before and after school, or does it? In the next,
yeah, I don't have the information. That is really 55 level of staffing and students both sides.
okay, I think it would be helpful as a follow-up to this meeting to get that budget adjusted to reflect the need to have 2 adults in the classroom so that we can see the actual bottom line of that program.
Sure.
Yeah, as far as the 450,000, I understand that there is some revenue losses due to the pandemic, but the subsidized money, that still came in from the state, right? That 450,000 seems to be an awful lot just for people who are paying on their own. So I would question that number being so high at 450,000, because my understanding is staff is still being paid from the state.
Jackie, can you go over the budget lines on these slides that would show would show that revenue loss, please, so we can see where that is?
Oh, well, this is actually the slide. So that 450,000 is what we presented when we present the COVID-19 presentation a while back. And that is the number that that ACC director has provided to me, and I confirm the number. So it is really total parents' fees of 3 months of 1920 closure. So that is, so this number here, when you see total ACC total revenue parents fee of $1.3 million, it could have been $1.8 million if we didn't close the school.
Eight. Okay. So, okay, so board, it will come back to us for further discussion, but I believe that we should go to public comment now, first the written and then the live. And I will also ask for an extension. We were scheduled to adjourn at 10:40, and we still have a couple of items after this. So I guess I'm going to ask for two things. One, that we table our update on construction to a future meeting, and also ask for a motion that we extend, I believe, for a significant amount of time so that we can have our public comment and then back to the board and still have time to take care of our budget timeline and the ethnic studies resolution item.
I move that we extend the meeting until 12 midnight. I also would like to request if we could take the public comment and then read the comments after, if that's okay with the other board members.
It's okay with me, but as long as we make sure we include both of them.
Absolutely.
I'd
like to say something, Kim, when you're done.
Sure, go ahead.
No, you were right in the middle of saying something, sorry.
Yeah, well, okay, I was just going to say that I would prefer to do the written comment first, because let's say that we're going to reserve like half an hour for public comment on this item. When we get through with the written comment, then we'll have a remainder of time and we'll be able to judge how long we're able to have each speaker speak. If we have the speakers speak first, then then I don't know how long to bracket the public comment for. So I would find it helpful to do the written first. Also, there's some written comment here that has quite a lot of signatures on it, and so I think our written comment represents a broader community than our spoken comment.
Can I jump in, Kim?
Sure, your turn. Go ahead.
So yeah, I know these are difficult times, and this is our first meeting. We're allowing people to actually participate through Zoom. But past practice was not to have people be able to comment in person and to read every single email that came in, even if we try to limit the time. It seems like now we're doing both, and the board members have read all these emails. So I don't know how the other board members feel about that. But like I say, as far as an example, in the past, we never had people come up to the podium to speak and then read all the emails that were sent to the board members. And also, as far as extending the meeting, I'm all for public participation. I brought it up quite a few times, but meetings going till 12 and 1 in the morning when people are not at their best, people are starting to get worn out. I don't think it's very productive. So I just wanted to state that.
I think that's another reason to, we have people that it's 10:30, people are awake, they stayed awake. They've been waiting weeks. to be able to have public comment. We haven't had it. So that's why I was thinking, people stayed awake and they've been patiently waiting. And, I would like to, get them on the record. And then, once people are able to say their piece, then we can read the other comments. If we're not able to get through reading those comments, then we can always make sure that they are entered into the record. We have them on file. And as Trustee Clark said, we've read all of them. And not only have I read all of them, but I responded to every single email and have acknowledged that. So.
I mean, the other thing is the emails are already part of the public record, whereas if we don't allow people on the phone to speak, then they won't be heard at all.
Okay, so I've heard the will of the board. So we're going to start with our live speakers, and we're going to hear from 7 people who have their hands raised for 2 minutes each. And so as soon as Superintendent Williams can get that started, we can begin with our first speaker.
First speaker is Molly Berger.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Great. Thanks so much for having me at the board meeting. My name is Molly Berger. I'm the parent of 2 ACC children. My 4-year-old Eve is in the preschool, and my son Liam, after spending 2 years in the preschool, spent his kindergarten year with Tupelo also. So I'm so glad to hear your commitment to keeping ACC open next year, and that the ACC state grants have been confirmed for the upcoming year. My question is that given the vote at the last board meeting about the director position, and that Anna will note that position will no longer have a staff member in there, who is going to be immediately responsible to ensure that we're complying with the state contracts and the reporting requirements?
I'd like to take that question. We have a ACOE expert who we work directly with, and we're currently working directly with the person in charge of the early programs, who essentially walked us through that process in terms of the grants. So the grants will be secured, and that process we have in place. So if the question is about the grants, we're very confident that we will continue to do the paperwork for the grants and make sure we cross our T's and dot our I's with the second look with our ACOE support expert and representative who will assist us with that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our second speaker, please.
The next speaker is Magda Moreno.
Sorry.
Please, thank you.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Magdalena Moreno, and I'm the mother of 4 children, all of whom are enrolled in Albany Unified School District at Albany Children's Center, Marin Elementary, Tupelo before and after school program, and in the fall at Albany Middle School. I'm here to present a list of demands compiled by concerned Albany Children's Center families and signed by over 300 community members regarding the future of the institution, which I will now read. Dear trustees, as a result of conflicting and confusing statements and actions on the part of the AUSD administration, there has been a breach of trust in our community. We ask that you take steps to repair this by making clear individually and as a body what your intentions and expectations are with regard to the Albany Children's Center. Then we can begin to work together to find solutions to this health and financial crisis. We demand the AUSD Board of Education affirm that preschool and after-school education is within the core mission of the AUSD. Preschool and after-school education should be accessible regardless of background, needs, or ability to pay. And preschool and after-school education should be integrated into the public schools, not be privatized, and remain on site. The board should further instruct the superintendent to A, secure all possible county state subsidy contracts for preschool and after-school care, B, include our experienced director, parents, and staff of ACC in the development of a plan for reopening and serving as many families as possible. C, provide at least 5 business days advance notice of possible actions so that the community is informed and involved. And D, bring forward a resolution to rescind layoffs such that ACC can retain sufficient expert early childhood education leadership and staff to reopen ACC safely and meet all contract obligations. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker, pardon me, sir, if I mispronounce your last name, Eric Bieber.
Hi. Great. Thank you very much. I'm one of the signatories on the ACC demand letter. Our family has heavily relied on ACC for before and after school care. We value the on-site nature of the teachers for the children, the arts and language components, its public nature, and the diversity of the students in the program. We want the program continued in its on-site public form. I have 2 main concerns to raise. First, in the prior board meeting, there was mention of the possibility of transferring all or many of the ACC programs over to the YMCA, in addition to the one already run by the YMCA. I want to ask if the district or superintendent wants to transfer the ACC programs to the YMCA, or more generally wants to privatize the ACC programs. Second, it appears that the budget projections for ACC for 2020-2021 assume violations of the relevant state funding contracts by failing to prioritize enrollment for children who are funded by those contracts. For the before and after school programs, in 2018-19, the state funding was $428,000, with $1.4 million in expenses. In 2019-20, expenses went up by almost 50% to over $2 million because additional children were being served by the program. However, state funding only increased a small amount to $465,000, either because of caps on state funding or because most additional children were not eligible for state funding. In the projection for 2020-2021, the budget assumes a reduction of 45% for state funding and a 50% cut in overall expenses because of a loss of enrollment. However, that presumes an almost equal and proportional cut in non-eligible and eligible children, although reductions in enrollment should be focused on non-eligible children. Indeed, if state funding was kept at 2018-19 levels, even with a 10% additional cut because of state budget shortfalls, there would be $128,000 in additional funds, almost 1/4 of the estimated shortfall. Obviously, there are a lot of moving parts and complexity here, but hopefully this example makes clear why we think that there needs to be more consultation and engagement around this process and better information communicated by the district to the board and parents. Thank you.
The next speaker is Drew Zhang.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So my first comment is also about the parent fee loss due to COVID-19. So in the budget document released in March, the projected parent fee is like 1.5 million for both ACC preschool and before and after schools. So this is before COVID-19, when we still expect the incoming of parents' fees. And then in the most recent budget provided by Jackie, like just showed in a broad meeting, the projected parent fee for 2019 to 2020 is 1.4 million for both preschool and before and after schools. So if you subtract 1.5 million with 1.4 million, the actual loss of parent fee is just 0.1 million due to COVID-19. This is my first comment to correct the number. Then the second one is the projected deficit in the March budget information, which is like 484K for ACC preschool and after school programs together. So this is apparently not due to COVID-19 and budget cut. So could the person in charge of budget explain why there is a huge deficit already there before COVID-19? Yeah, so thanks again for working hard on the proposal of ACC reopening. I really hope like when designing the new proposal or exploring more scenarios, you can consult with the parents and experienced staff in ACC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Staff, do you want to respond to that?
I think, I wonder, can we listen to all the speakers first and then go back and respond?
Yes, certainly. Okay.
Next speaker is Annabelle Wong.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Wells. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. So this is more of a comment, and it's sort of piggybacking on what Zhao Zhu just commented on. While we fully understand the pandemic situation is evolving so fast, we hope the ACC reopening plan will take as much as possible into consideration given the changing situation. For example, when the COVID-19 situation improves and settles in the future, that a larger group of kids will be allowed in the same classroom and more kids can be brought back. We feel strongly that the plans for reopening and after reopening will include parents and the ACC faculty and staff in order to make this both inclusive and as strong as possible in order to serve as many families as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. We can move to our next public comment.
Yes, next speaker is Stephen Holwiak. Pardon me, sir, for mispronouncing your last name.
No problem at all. No problem, thanks. Hi, thank you for taking my comment. I'm a parent of a current Albany Children's Center student, and I'm a signer on the Save ACC demands. My spouse and I had a very difficult time finding a preschool in the East Bay, one that would be accessible, have an excellent reputation and history, and ultimately one that we could afford. We loved ACC because of its excellent teachers, staff, administration, and families that make it such an enriching, diverse environment. Our child enrolled in ACC under the subsidized program, and because of that, both my wife and I were able to apply for and obtain jobs to support our family and allowed us to transition to full pay tuition. We are so thankful for this school, the opportunities it provides students and their families, and want to make sure that it continues to be an invaluable resource for our community, especially for the underserved. So my question is for Superintendent Wells, which is, what is your vision for the preschool long-term after the COVID-19 restrictions are gone? I appreciate it and yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We have a few more.
Next speaker. Pardon me. Next speaker is Larita.
Yes, hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Larita Riga, and I am the Alameda County Child Subsidized Pilot Manager, in which Alameda Unified is part of. And, you know, many of you have brought up the concerns about ensuring that the state regulations are being followed. And reviewing the presentation today, there are definitely certain items that, you know, I feel that it'd be important that I address. One of which is the list of the priorities. I just want to ensure that if they are going to be using the actual state-funded money, the contract, the CSPP contract, the state has directives about where those priorities are. And it is important that if you are going to be using those funds in reopening the program, that those priorities are followed. What has been listed is not the priorities of the state. So I just want to ensure, and I do want to let everybody know that I am available to speak further on this if be needed, because I think it's important as you are moving forward and looking at your state contract themselves, that you have a clear understanding of how the state contracts are earned and the regulations that need to be followed in order to ensure compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Larita, for offering your expertise. We appreciate that. Our next
speaker is Marta Vukovic. Okay. It appears we're having some issues, so I'm going to go to the next speaker and then go back. Next speaker is Olga Miranda.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hi, Marie. Hello, school board. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Olga Miranda. I'm the parent of a freshman at Albany High School. I am today speaking on behalf of not just my family, but a lot of other families in whose children have special ed. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, our district has been handling children's and students' IEPs in a manner that we were left behind and further than behind. A lot of families were cheated from their ability to be able to make sure that their children were being supported. I personally didn't receive help until the very last few weeks of just about 2 weeks ago. And I just want to be able to say, paras have been fundamental in my son's education, and I know for a lot of families. But when districts sign legal documents that are IEPs, you guys have to honor that. It's not just what you consider as a priority. I respect the interests of the families with the ACC, but you also have a lot of children that you guys have to answer to. And in the vote that you guys took last week was terrible. And I just want to make sure that there are families that are watching you, and that we want to make sure that our school board serves the interests of all families and that no one continues to be left behind. But there's a huge disparity between children who have IEPs and are in special ed, that this must be addressed. This is a civil rights issue, and it must be taken care of and addressed. So I appreciate your time this evening. I've been in these marathon meetings from the convenience of my home, and I appreciate the work, but the district has to do better and cannot hide behind COVID-19 to be able to not have to answer to all of our families. I'm so glad that somebody finally caught up to technology and allowed us to have a space to be able to speak, but this has to be done in a much better setting. Community has to be allowed to be heard. When you do not allow for that transparency to happen, that means that not only have you already taken from our kids, but you're also trying to take away our voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. And also really quick, I know you're gonna move on to the next speaker, but I also wanted to take a moment, I didn't get a chance earlier, but to thank Olga for everything that she did earlier today. I got a chance to run out of my house and I saw her leading the parade this evening, and it's so amazing to see that. And thank you so much. And everything you said was spot on, and we have some work to do. Thank you.
Our last
Our final speaker, go ahead.
Marta Vukovic. Marta, please unmute yourself.
Yes. Hello, good evening. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a parent of ACC after school program past, and I was hoping to be a parent from the ACC program in the future next year. I just want to make sure that parents paid fee for March of 2020, the whole month. We paid the whole month of fees, and we were told that we will not be getting any money back for the half of March, which is fine with us. So the ACC lost the fees from parents only for April, May, and half of June. So that's only 2.5 months. And I also want to make sure that prior to May 26th meeting, we were just not aware that the ACC was still paying all of their teachers. If we were made aware that teachers are still on the payroll, we would have contributed with donations to pay the fees and to cover fees. Nobody told us that the ACC will be in financial trouble if we discontinue payment. And I'm pretty sure there are lots of families that would like to chip in, because many private preschools in the Bay Area would communicate to their parents they're still paying their teachers, and people would donate to keep programs alive. So I just want to make this statement for the record, that no communication like that was given to parents, and that this situation may have been a little bit better if there was a clear and transparent communication about the needs of the district and the needs of ACC. Thank you so much.
Thank you for commenting. Okay, Board, that's the end of our live public comment. We will do some of our written comment now, but we actually didn't take action on the extension of the meeting or on tabling the construction update. So I'm looking for a motion on both of those items.
I think Brian made the motion, but then we didn't follow up, if I remember. So I'm happy to second his motion to extend to midnight and table the construction.
Okay, Brian, that's a friendly amendment because I'm not sure that you mentioned tabling the construction item.
Oh,
So
sure.
are you okay?
Motion to extend the meeting until midnight and to table the construction item.
Great, and that was seconded by Board Member Hinckley. May we have a vote, please?
Student Board Member Mala,
Yes.
Student Board Member Weinstein,
Yes.
Trustee Doss,
Yes.
Trustee Clark,
Yes.
Vice President Duran,
Yes.
President Trutain,
Yes.
Trustee Hinckley.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. Now we'll move to our
President
written.
Trutain.
Oh, yes.
Before
Oh,
you
yeah.
leave,
You want to,
President
sorry, I
Trutain,
forgot.
I have a question.
Mhm.
I don't want to push the envelope, but I wanted to follow up on Trustee Clark's question. First and foremost, I really appreciate the opportunity to listen and have some dialogue with folks during live time. But he raised a question that I've been pondering ever since he raised it. The purpose, I thought, of having a live audience is so that people can have access. So now when we have the live audience and all of the, and he was being very nice and kind, all of the letters to us, I'm trying to, and maybe I just have an issue with it. Is there anything wrong with having those letters as a part of the record now since we have live public comments? Or do we have to do both the, I think what he was asking, and I can't speak for Trustee Clark, do we have to do them both? Because it seems like we all read them, including myself, and all the board members acknowledged of reading them. Even Trustee Doss said he not only read, he responded. It's just that, I guess what I'm asking, I'm trying to, what I'm at, well, that's the question. I'll leave the question there.
The agenda as written gave people two options: the option to put in written comment or the option to join the meeting live. I'll defer to our counsel, Mr. Eckstein, if he wants to comment on this, but I believe as the agenda was written, we left both avenues open.
Yeah, I would agree with President Trutain. I mean, since it's something that's been agendized as both forms of comment, that the board's sort of regulations on that should stand. Notwithstanding this, in any future board meeting, it would be appropriate to sort of alter the process if there's an interest in having it more driven through verbal comment versus email submissions.
President Trutain, thank you for that clarification. I do now have understanding. So at least I have understanding. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Yes, go ahead, Board Member Clark.
Yeah, before we move on, I thought that staff was gonna respond to the people who spoke through Zoom. Before we get all these other emails, I think that, to kind of break it up, maybe they should answer some of the direct questions from the speakers through Zoom before we go to the reading of the emails.
I agree. I forgot about that momentarily. Thank you for reminding me. So Dr. Wells, this would be the time for staff to reply to the questions that were brought up in public comment.
Well, thank you. And thank you for that reminder, Trustee Clark. The question I have here for myself is, what is my vision long-term for ACC? ACC is an educational institution. It's a very vital institution in terms of giving our kids a good, solid start. But it don't only just give our kids a good, solid start. The thing that won me over is that it give our most needy kids an opportunity to have a solid preschool And I think it needs to be and continue to be part of the fabric of our community. So long term, our hope is that one, we get back to after COVID so we can serve maximum number of students. And two, that we continue to be the kind of institution that our community expects us to be. So that would be my vision for ACC.
Could you also,
oh, sorry.
Just, there was also not just about the preschool, but a specific question about before and after school and the intentions relating to the YMCA that you had mentioned at the last meeting. So maybe if you could expand on the before and after school part of ACC and your commitment.
Part of the YMCA, and as you know, YMCA partners with us with our after school and before school program. They run a portion of the program in our district and we run the other portion. And so some of the models that they use is some that we can adopt, especially around the area of supervision. And so as we were exploring possible options, that was an option that I think needed to be considered and explored as we looked at options to keep our programs thriving. And so in that context, that was an exploration thing. So we don't have anything on the table for YMCA to expand or anything like that. If that was the case, it would have to come before the board, but it was something I wanted to put on the table as a possible option as we look at, one, still providing after school programs and services to our families if we were somehow not able to do that. So it was a matter of being proactive.
Kim? Yeah, there was a direct question by Drew Zhang that I would like addressed.
It's the financial one, is that right, Trustee Clark?
Correct.
Yeah, that one I turn over to our CBO, Jackie Kim. Thank you for that.
Julie, would you be able to put the public comments on that item? I believe she also has a public comment and she has a nice table there that I think it's easier to go over the table. It's the same question that she has. It's page 12 and 13. Right. So if you can go to page 12, one more down, thank you. Right, so one of the question was, why do we set 1.4 million for parents' fees? So here you can say this is project total, which is March budget. We have about 1.8, as I mentioned. We could have a 1.8 if we didn't have a COVID-19 closure. So this is original budget is usually what we bring it to the board in June before the year starts. And this column here, projected year total, is what we bring in March, which is the data as of January 31st. And I have to say our ACC director and the accountant there did a really good job because this is what we really see almost if we didn't close the school. The next question, maybe you can go down the next slide, Julie, please. The next, yes, thank you, next page. So this 483,000 deficit, which is not accurate number because when you compare the deficit, you are comparing, this is expenditure total of 3.2 million and go up to, can you go up a little more, go up one slide before, sorry, no, go, oh, yes, thank you. So when you compare the revenue of 3.1 million, the minus 3.2 million is about 100,000 deficit that we projected to have at March 2020, which was, I believe that is still a good number because that's what we had at this point, and I believe that is still a accurate number. So you can see the last table there, you can find all the numbers pretty much similar to, thank you. And then go further. Yes, so that about 1.77 million is now 1.3 right here on parents' fees. It is because there was a COVID-19 loss. Okay, so it was adjusted when I prepared this table, of course, because that March budget was before the COVID-19 and this table is after the COVID-19. Okay. And I think one of the question was why we don't show us a federal revenue here. The reason is it was just little less line, but it is all included in state revenue as because we receive the money from the state and the contract is from the state. So what happened is with this grant is state receives money from the federal, but the district received the money from the state and district contract is with the state. So it's like a pass-through money from the federal. So we didn't really show it here because it's just easier to understand and it's just less line items, but the monies are all included there. Same as the food program revenues. Okay, I hope that explains and clarifies.
Thank you, CBO Kim. Board, are there any more questions about the live comment or shall we move to the written comment?
Yeah, I have one, Kim.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was hoping that the board would be able to weigh in on the demands that were in that email that was signed by over 300 people.
Yeah, I think that
It's
that's
one of the
part
letters, right?
Yeah, that's one of the letters.
Okay, well, we can wait till when it comes up.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so we'll begin at page 1 and someone please go ahead and take that.
Okay, I'll take this one. Albany, let's see here. I currently hold 2 positions at ACC as a food service worker and custodian and have been employed 2 years. I am also a parent whose child attends ACC. I would like the board to reconsider the closure of the center and hopes in reading this letter you are moved by the progress she has had, and also take notice that this is the only low-income school in the district. Currently, my daughter, Naja White, is in play therapy, and the program has been nothing short of amazing in helping her develop her social and communication skills due to the trauma she has witnessed. We both have had a rough start in life, and this job first helped me provide a stable roof and income for 2 of us and escape an abusive relationship. Unfortunately, her being a witness to the domestic violence caused her to have behavioral issues, and she has made a total 180-degree change in how she communicates and plays with other children and responds to adults. I know that the school board is committed to the education of all children. ACC should not be closed down because it will be an injustice to the community, values, and mission of the school district. There are several benefits to the ACC Center being open, which I have listed here. For many children, preschool is their first experience in a structured setting with teachers and groups of children. It's an opportunity to learn, to share, follow instructions, and begin the foundation for learning that will occur in elementary school. Preschool is an opportunity for growth. As kindergarten becomes more academic, many parents look to preschool to launch their child on the path to success in school. A preschool age child is able to spend time away from parents and build trusting relationship with adults outside the family. High quality preschool programs nurture warm relationships among children, teachers, and parents, and teachers build a close personal connection with each child in their care. Preschool teachers nurture a child's curiosity. I appreciate the time and effort the board puts in protecting the education of our children. I look forward to hearing from you on this matter. If you would like to discuss further, please contact me at your earliest convenience. I just want to take a second to thank this individual for sharing everything that they did. This is a very personal letter, and I would assume that it took a lot of courage for them to share this information with us. So thank you for being willing to share, and I am happy to report that the ACC will not be closing so that it can serve parents like this.
Thank you to Ms. Porter and to Trustee Doss for reading that. Let me see. as we read through these, I think 3 of them have already been read during the live public comment, but not this next one. So
I can read it.
Go ahead.
I am deeply concerned about your precipitous layoff of staff and personnel at Albany preschools and public after-school programs. This is because it was done with no pre-planning or discussion with affected stakeholders. Please reconsider your actions and make a real plan to retain our public preschool and public after-school program for the long term. This budget action did not take into consideration the future of our youngest population. Please consult with experts in Albany and at the county and state level for their input, as you need to put our youngest and most vulnerable population a priority. Thanks for your consideration and attention. Margot Takamiya.
Thank you.
I can do this one. I'm writing as an Albany resident, parent, taxpayer, social scientist, and I lead the Albany County Kindergarten Readiness Assessment at First 5 Alameda County. I can't emphasize enough the importance of high quality preschool. Our data shows over time that children who rely on high quality early childhood education will not be ready for service. It is essential for the well-being of these children and their families as they progress through school and try to meet social and academic expectations and standards. Please do the right thing and help the most important asset we have, our youngest children. Sincerely, Jane Birds, Wheat. Sorry if I butchered your name.
Thank you.
I'll take this one.
Go ahead.
All right, to members of the board, I would like to pledge my support to ACC programs, including Albany's great and self-sustaining after-school programs, and emphasize my view that they are critical to student success in K-12 or K through 12. Please keep these programs alive.
Thank you. The next one, Mr. Biebers, was our live comment. He read his letter during the live comment. And this one, it's very short. I'll read it. You can use this link to play all of our pictures and short videos at the board meeting tonight during the ACC agenda item. The entire show is 9 minutes with over 30 people giving their time to this presentation. Yours, Save ACC. Go. This next letter is the long PDF with all of the signatures.
So the letter was read during live comment, but can we leave up this pie chart? Sorry, words escaping me. Just so that we can read through the categories of people that contributed, because 311 is a lot of people.
Sure. Do you want to?
Sure, I'll read it. Current, so about a third were current ACC parents, then former ACC parents, current ACC teachers and staff, former ACC teachers and staff, other Albany teachers and staff, other Albany parents, current Albany students, and Albany community members. I'm particularly noticing that a significant number are people working at ACC, which we can come back to later around, I think, the nervousness that people are feeling about the future of ACC and the importance of making a clear commitment on that. But
okay.
And I would just if I could just add that it looks like it's 36 plus 14. You have 50% of parents that signed this. So this is both current parents and other Albany parents. So half of the signatures come from parents in the community.
Mm-hmm. Right, 49.2%. Do we want to go ahead and scroll up so that we can see the signatures? We can, to make sure that those become part of the public record. Okay, and this last comment was Drew that was spoke to us live, and also CBO Kim brought this up, and we discussed these tables that Drew created just a few minutes ago. So with that, I would like to bring it back to staff for a moment to make any comments they have on these emailed public comments before we go back to the board.
President Tutane, thank you for the opportunity to give comment. First and foremost, I applaud a community that, although the information that was out there was, some of it was not accurate, but I understand some of the confusion, and I have to own that. But I applaud a community who stand up for children, especially our most vulnerable. And that's the kind of community we want to work with. And so my hat's off to folks who stood up for our most vulnerable kids. And that's what we need in our community. And that's my piece on it. So if any other staff want to weigh in, please do so.
Okay. Hearing no one, I wonder if we could go back to the demand letter. Trustee Clark wanted to discuss the demands.
Yeah, I would just like to start off saying I agree with these demands, and I would like for the rest of the board to weigh in if they would like.
I have a question about one of the demands. I know that, or I shouldn't say I know, I've been told that preschool is recommended but not required. And so I'm wondering, does that play a part in our ability to add it to the core mission of AUSD?
Well, I would think that it does. I mean, public education is governed by Ed Code. And so what districts are required to do is basically state law. I mean, I don't know if, perhaps council should speak to this. I mean, we could, I guess our mission probably is not governed by law. We could expand our mission, I guess, because it would really have no legal meaning. I don't think there's anybody on the board who doesn't agree on the importance of early childhood education. I think that the board it just also acknowledges that one of our primary responsibilities is to keep the district financially afloat and not in bankruptcy.
This is Seth Exton here. Just so to clarify, the question was whether or not the district could amend its mission statement to reflect the ACC program. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So again, so since it is just a matter of the mission is a matter of the district's internal policies, that would just be something that would be done internally. But since it would need to be something that would be agendized and properly on the board agenda at a future board meeting for discussion.
I mean, our mission statement says the mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all, etc. It's committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities. I mean, it doesn't specify what types of programs we offer to meet that mission. I think it's possible for us as individual board members to decide whether we affirm these three principles. I mean, many of these are not things that as a district we can actually accomplish ourselves. For example, preschool and after school education is very much not accessible regardless of ability to pay. And there's only so much the district can do to make that a reality. But I think these are aspirational commitments that we can make, you know, in the context of a meeting like this, as principles that guide our individual decisions as board members. For me, the more important piece is how we ensure that to the degree to which there is still confusion about whether these 4 instructions to the superintendent have already been met, and if there is still confusion, whether we can, as a board, make clear that this is a direction to the superintendent, and if those have already been achieved, that needs to be clearly communicated out to, you know, these 311 people and everyone else, all of the other stakeholders. I mean, my understanding from this meeting is we have secured all possible contracts, although we've asked for answers about what happens if we're not able to offer all of those spots. We have some information about who's been involved in developing a plan for reopening and serving as many families as possible. But it's not quite clear to me what the extent to which the outgoing director is involved and who's taking the lead on that in the district.
Trustee.
The 5 business days we haven't really discussed. And then D, I think we've heard a statement from the superintendent that I believe all or most of the staff will be brought back before July 31st, but maybe we could get clarification on these 4, and then that would help me understand the degree to which we need to provide additional instruction and decide, you know, whether the majority of the board wants to offer that instruction.
Yeah, I mean, I think the preschool, the core mission, I think that demand specifically came about because of a communication that went out. And so I think that's like a direct response to that communication. So that's why I was wondering if it was something that could be included, but it sounds like, I mean, the attorney kind of already went over that. But I think I agree with what you're saying, to reaffirm to the community that this is something that's important. It's not in jeopardy, which I think we've covered pretty extensively. And now it's just about making sure that it's implemented in a way that is safe for students and available for families, and prioritizing subsidized families.
If I can jump in for a minute. I think there's 2 points that I wanted to express. One is that, as was said already, I don't think there's any question that the board does not want to provide all the educational possibilities for our children, and in particular on kids that are vulnerable, because sooner or later they come through our school district. And this is an early childhood program that can really support the preparation for the young ones ready to come into TK and kindergarten. So I don't think there's a question about the lack of commitment. On the other hand, it takes money, and we can see there's not that commitment at the state level, because California schools do not receive money comparable to any of our needs. And, you know, we're what, 38th, 42nd, 47th, different information tells us, you know, it's not a priority, or it has not been. So we can have aspirations, or we can say, yes, this is our priorities, but unless maybe we do the harder work, and that certainly includes the community and parents, is that we spend more time in Sacramento advocating for our needs. And many of you have gone up to Sacramento already. In particular, looking at the board members here, including our student board members, have already done that. But I think we're going to have to do it more often. And it would certainly be nice if we could have parents, or the kind of support that you've thrown out here tonight. And we've seen that be a message, a loud and clear message that is sent to Sacramento as well. The other part is that I think lessons to be learned in this case is that not all the time, but many times we can do planning ahead so that it's not a total surprise to the community where they come to us and say, hey, lack of trust. You didn't tell us about this. You're moving and making decisions without informing us. So I think it speaks to the lesson is that to the degree that the district is able to, is provide information or provide components that are either at risk or areas that we really should be having more community input, both in terms of what community feels are priorities, and also in terms of ideas that community members want to promote to assist programs further, et cetera. Just like we're getting feedback from parents right now about our models for this coming school year. So I just think, once again, we need to try to plan better so that we can reach out and have much more extensive conversations and input from community members.
Just following on what Clementina is saying about the financial impacts, I think that's why it would be really helpful to have a lot more clarity about the models that are being used to create that budget. And I think also, you know, if one of our priorities is the maintenance of the state contracts during this difficult year, make sure we don't lose those, and make sure that we support our neediest families, it would help me to understand, you know, what our options are for providing the programming that we feel deeply committed to, and really understand what the financial impact of that is. And so it's hard for me to think about that without knowing what all these numbers are. And I think that's where, you know, this is just an item for us to discuss right now, but I think we need much more clarity on what we would actually be committing our district as a whole to in different scenarios of different sizes of different numbers of students served, different combinations of subsidized versus unsubsidized, possibilities for fundraising or increasing tuition rates, or, you know, if we're talking about a $1.5 million deficit this year, I think we need to understand, you know, or is it $500,000 or is it less? I think I'm just not feeling this sort of real clarity about how this fits into our overall picture. And I want to ensure that we're going into this year cognizant of the commitment that we're making to keep the subsidized piece of the program running, keep the state contracts intact, and not find out in a year that that cost us a lot more than we realized, if that makes sense.
I have a question specifically about the state contracts. How easy is it to get those back once we've given them up?
President Tutain, can I entertain that?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. We don't plan on giving them up, but here's what we heard from, and what we don't know is that once you lose them, they're very difficult to get back, but we don't plan on losing any of them. There's another issue I wanted to put out there as a factoid. Many of our students who are, I think people assume that the students that we serve all come from Albany. Many, if not most, come from outside of Albany and neighboring areas. And so just as another factoid in terms of the students who we serve and where they come from.
If that was helpful. If we have 55 kids currently who are subsidized, and this question is both about Albany being able to get those state subsidies, but also the people who are receiving those. Those 55 students who are right now receiving those, are those students classified as needing subsidies because they're socioeconomically disadvantaged? Are there other factors that go into it, or is that the main one?
That's the latter is the main one.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we're cutting the program currently, or planning on cutting it to 40 students in the next year, and obviously once COVID doesn't have the grip on our country that it does have now, hopefully that number would get larger. But currently, if we're planning on having 40 students next year, and right now we have 55 students who are subsidized, wouldn't that be 15 contracts that we would be essentially giving up by not actually having those spaces available? Or is that something that would be kept by the state and honored even though we wouldn't be actually serving those students in the coming year?
Those are really good questions. Because of COVID-19 and the state guidelines around health and safety, the state is working with us as they're trying to figure it out. We're trying to figure out how it is we try to reserve our spaces when COVID-19 is lifted, because we're in a better place. A lot of that is, it depends. But one of the things we want to do when we are allowed to do so is maximize that contract when it's safe and we get the green light to do so. But moving forward, at 1 to 10, it reduces us to 40 students instead of 72. Before the upcoming year, we have, I think last we checked, 48 on the books for the upcoming year, not 72.
Okay, so in the coming year, the subsidies that we would have, even if COVID didn't exist, would actually be lower as well, or we would just be giving a larger population of our students?
I'm sorry, let me clarify. The enrollment for the upcoming year is 48, the enrollment so far.
For the preschool?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to try to summarize some of our wide-ranging discussion, which is I believe the district is working closely with the grant agency to answer some of these questions about, we have 55 spots available in the grant. If we're not able to fill them all this year, do we still retain the 55 spots for later when COVID is not an issue and where the program can grow again. And so I think that we will get clarity from that, from the superintendent as he receives that information. I believe that the district has made it clear that they are working to reopen ACC preschool as quickly as possible. And the budget material that we were provided with indicates that just as a projection, the downsized program scenario, even without the director, still generates a very significant budget loss for the district because it's going to take so many staff to serve a smaller amount of students, basically. And the program is limited by the amount of space. And I think that we've heard different people say, can we think creatively? Can we think out of the box? How can we try to maximize the number of students that we can serve? And I think that our superintendent and our executive cabinet have heard. And I think that everybody wants to try to maximize these spaces. And I think that we also hope that there's going to be federal or state aid that would mitigate some of this loss going forward, because it's certainly a huge need in our community and across the state. In terms of my personal opinion, Governor Newsom came into office talking about universal preschool. And in my opinion, in terms of improving students' education throughout our entire state, that's the most effective thing that he could mandate. So once we're through and out the other side of this pandemic, I very much hope that the governor takes back up that platform that he was part of his election platform, was mandating preschool throughout the state. And I hope that he comes back to that, and I hope that he backs that up with funding from the state so that all districts can provide a preschool program, because it surely is very, very much needed. This is a review and discussion item. I would like to open it up for any final comments that board members would like to make until we move on to our budget timeline item.
Yeah, I have a quick one, Kim.
Go ahead.
And this is for the whole board, I guess. I'm just wondering if people feel comfortable stating if we're committed to fulfilling these demands.
I would need to go back to the demand letter. Let me pull that up on my other screen. Board members, do you want to, Board Member Clark made this request before about whether we each individually are aligned on these demands, the 3 demands. So I assume that you stated that you were Board Member Clark. Do other board members want to speak to that?
Well, I think the demands include the instructions to the superintendent, which I already said I support, and want to make sure that, you know, as we've said, some of these have already been discussed here. And so maybe what's needed is a communication from the district clarifying their intent about the program and their intention to rescind the layoffs and reopen both programs.
I would consider the demands and the board should further instruct the superintendent as different items. I feel that the demands are aspirational. As you mentioned, I am a strong proponent of early childhood education, and but I think that the way that these are phrased are very much they're goals. They're not they're goals that we want to strive toward. And I think that the superintendent has addressed most of the A, B, C, and D, and we could ask him to give us more information about that. So that's where I stand. Any other trustee care to speak?
I think that the top three there, I agree with everyone's statement. I mean, I think as far as like changing the preschool requirement is above our jurisdiction. I'd like to see it be mandated, but it's not currently. So I think that that's a little bit above the board's jurisdiction there. As far as preschool and after school education being accessible regardless of background needs, and I mean, Sarah mentioned, well, absolutely, we would want that to be available, but there's a lot of factors at play that prevent that. But I think that these are aspirational, and I think it's great. As far as the instructions to the superintendent, I want to be very careful and not just agree with those as a whole, because the community will 100% hold us accountable for every single word there written exactly as it's written if we just agree to those blanket instructions there. I agree with majority of them, but I want to be very specific about the instructions that we give and what we want to see staff bring back to us. So if we are going to do that, I would like to go through each one and make sure that we're very specific about what we want to see brought back. If we were to do that, I definitely like my own personal opinion about the providing the at least 5 days in advance notice possible actions. I like the community to have an opportunity for input. I think it's great to be able to read the emails prior to the board meeting, respond to those emails, get their feedback, sometimes set up phone calls to hear what they have to say. It helps when it's time to make a decision. And so I like that idea. So I think having more notice would be great. It's something that the board has mentioned on more than one occasion, even prior to Dr. Wells's arrival, about being notified about things well in advance so that we can make informed decisions. So that's my input on that.
President Tutain, just an FYI, this is a review and discussion, but for the board information, we've had at our initial planning meeting included the director and our teaching staff. So I just want to let you know we've already started that even before seeing this demand letter, just as an FYI.
Dr. Wells, if you can go further, A is secure all possible county state subsidy contracts for preschool, 55 spots, and after school care, 126 spots. The wording I think is confusing to me because I know that we want to retain our full grants for the future, but as has been mentioned repeatedly here, I'm not sure that we're going to actually have the space to be able to do that safely. So I'm not sure if securing means filling those this year, which could be impossible because of space constraints, or if that just means securing them in terms of holding on to the right to have those in the future. And then B, you just addressed. C, provide at least 5 business days advance notice. I think, again, that's a great aspirational goal. I can imagine there being some circumstances like an outbreak of COVID-19 that's detected that would be cause for an immediate action, and parents might get less than 24 hours notice. You know, if we discover that that there is an infection, I think that that will require immediate action, not any kind of 5-day thing. So I don't think that it's possible for us to satisfy that demand and then bring forward a resolution to rescind layoffs. Ms. Gonzalez already spoke to that earlier in the meeting and said that that resolution is going to be coming to us at our June 22nd meeting. So I think that these all have been dealt with. I don't think I've heard from Vice President Durand.
I just wanted to add that, you know, in addition to what you just said, President Trutain, all the second section, which the superintendent will address, I think in terms of the first, once again, I think we can put it on as an agenda item. I remember a long time ago wanting to relook at the mission statement because I was a little concerned with who it actually was addressing. But because it said all, and what does all mean? And so I think it's a perfect place and time to come back and to really review the mission statement and to how we can incorporate the youngest of the learners in our community and putting some adding meat there to that resolution or to that mission statement, so everybody in the community understands that we are in favor of early childhood education and how we might fit that into our mission statement.
Kim?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like we have one of our attendees has their hand raised.
Oh.
If you pop up the participant thing, you should be able to see panelists and attendees. I can't see the name. It says Galaxy S10.
Yeah, it's a phone. Okay, I'm just gonna remind the board that we have 2 more items for tonight. It sounds like you're making a request that we hear further public comment.
Well, now it looks like that individual,
I think they, yeah,
I don't know if it was a
they left for some reason. Yeah.
internet problem or what, but yeah, maybe they don't want to speak anymore.
Okay. So I hear that there are 2 board members that want to take another look at the AUSD mission, and so that will go to the agenda committee. I'll make a note about that, and the agenda committee will then decide on appropriate scheduling for that item.
I just have a quick question. For when we're talking about we're going over the list of subsidized families. Is it possible? And you don't have to. I'm assuming you might not have it right now. Is it possible to get a breakdown of the current list based on if they are Albany residents or outside of the city? Do we have that breakdown? I mean, if it could just be like emailed over at another time.
I'll refer that to the superintendent. I don't know about the privacy issues regarding that. Dr. Wells? Huh.
I think Dr. Wells stepped away for just a moment.
Okay. I will go out on a limb, and I would think that we could see a list of how many are in Albany and how many aren't. I don't think there would be a privacy concern there. So we can ask for that information in an upcoming Friday update.
Yes.
So,
Perfect.
okay. And with that, I would like to conclude this review and discussion item and move on to our item 14-2, our budget timeline. CBO Kim, can you walk us through that?
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Julie. So next board meeting next week, June 16th, I'm bringing the initial budget for board review and discussion. This will be very preliminary and rough draft. The reason is that we really are uncertain with a lot of fundings. So what it means is we don't really know what is the additional. First of all, we don't know how our school is going to be open. And that really will be a big major difference for our expenditures, right? If we are doing a hybrid version, we will need both online learning expenditures and the in-person expenditures, meaning we will have to provide face masks for our staff, the shared face shield, and there's going to be additional cost for disinfecting for the chemicals. And we will have to have a plastic shield for our offices. So it's going to be really, we don't know how much it's going to cost at this point because we don't know how we are going to open the school. So those costs will not be included. So we just don't know. And also the governor has not signed the budget yet, the statewide. The only thing we have as of today is the May revision, which is a 10% reduction. So that is a number that we are going to see. And same thing with June 22nd. It will be the same information as we see in June 16th because the number will be finalized by then. And usually those times I will do presentation, the summaries and chart. So those are the times I have about 3 days. So then this August is important date because by August, we know what is going to be the real money from the state because the governor will sign the budget by now. The budget will be enacted. So then we can adjust our budget based on the governor's budget. And also now we know how our school is going to be opening, right? How our reopening will look like. So that we can estimate expenditures as well. So the May revision, the August 45-day revision will be the important piece. Okay. So September 8th, it will be 1920 on audit action, means it's going to be the actual number for 1920. Okay. Not audited yet, but it's going to be the actual numbers, what district believes it is the actual cost. Okay, now, so the difference, why, so maybe this is a good point to explain why we are bringing September 8th, not June 30th, when our book is closing June 30th. The reason is we haven't actually received a lot of invoices for May. So usually in July and August, we receive the invoices for May and June. So then now we can put those invoices for the expenditure of 1920. So that is a reason that we have these legal deadlines. Now, December 8th, it will be the first interim report. This is another important because even the August 45-day revision, we haven't actually opened up the school, meaning, for example, we thought we are going to have a 55% of staffing for school programs, before and after school programs, and realized, oh, you know what, we need more staffing. So we really don't know. It's all projection. We really don't know unless the school is really open and we see the program. So in December 8th, the first interim report, we know where our staffing is. Okay, so this first interim is really important. That this is the only budget that, the first budget that we do an update after the school is actually open. Okay, now January 21st, we will bring the independent audit report for 1920 numbers. So here are the timelines that we have for the board. Any questions?
Yeah, I'll start off with a question. Okay, so, we're all hearing that the legislator did not accept the governor's initial proposal of the 10% reduction in the LCFF funds. And they're arguing for a completely different plan. But from looking at this budget timeline, it seems like even if we hear that there's an agreement tomorrow and that they have a new plan that the governor agrees to, that our budget is still going to be based on the governor's May revise, because there just would not be adequate time to generate a new budget before our legal requirement to pass a budget. So regardless of what happens, our next year's budget is going to be based on the May revise. Do I have that right?
That is correct. And also that is the instruction I got from the county, that we will use the May revise because that is the most official number we have at this point.
Okay, and then my second, well, that's good to know because we have to pass a budget by the end of the month, and with times being so uncertain, this is kind of unprecedented, I would say. And it looks like on this timeline, you don't really have a budget revision until maybe the first interim.
So
okay, so we're not.
What about the August?
That it looks to me like that the August isn't going to. That's just information from the state. Are we going to revise the AUSD budget in August or September, CBO Kim?
So that is correct. It is really the revision from the state. So, but if I know any major items, we can actually change the numbers. But it is really because of the state budget, this August revision is created. So I can maybe send you some samples, what we have and what the school district has, but this is another chance for me to for us to make any changes. But I do have to say, right, so it will be at least better than the June budget, but the first interim report is really the key for us because we know for sure how much it's gonna cost when our school is open.
I think what Kim might be getting at though is, so we have a series of decisions we're making, and in July, we're going to be making a decision about reopening. And in that time frame, there's the possibility that we will have more money to spend if the budget stays the way it looks right now and goes to the governor and is signed in that form. And if that's the case, and if there is additional expense associated with whatever reopening scenario we're pursuing, I don't think we want to wait until December to decide how to spend that additional money. And it's significant. I mean, the legislature is making no cuts to K-12 education. They're restoring the 10% and the COLA. So it's a huge amount of money. That also could end up disappearing in October because they're waiting for federal aid. But I think we need to be thinking about this as it aligns with the other decisions that we're making. I mean, just saying that we can revisit the budget in December doesn't help us serve students better in August, September, and October when we might already know that we have that additional funding. So I wonder, it seems like there's probably an opportunity in there, maybe in July when we're having conversations about reopening scenarios, where we would have more certainty at that point about whether that $2.3 million had been restored.
So that is correct, and then that will be in the 45-day budget revision.
Are there other questions or comments from the board? Well, this is a very peculiar budget year indeed, and we just hope that that they do find more money for the schools because we sure do need it. Given that, unfortunately, I'm going to have to ask for another motion to extend. I had thought that Brian's motion was going to cover us easily, but it hasn't. We still have the revisiting the ethnic studies model curriculum resolution. So I'm looking for a motion to extend so that we can discuss that.
I'll move to extend to 12/20.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Shen, can you do a vote, please?
Yeah, for student board member Mala.
Yes.
Student board member Weinstein.
Yes.
Trustee Clark.
Yes.
Vice President Duran.
Yes.
President Trutain.
Yes.
Trustee Doss.
Yes.
Thank you. So moved.
Okay, so I'll have to speak to this item because Chris Knight, the head of the Department of the Social Sciences at Albany High School, and I prepared this backup. Most of this is most of the second page of this is from the original backup for the resolution item, and that was prepared by Vice President Duran when the resolution came to the board. We did pass the resolution unanimously, and I would say that when we got comments after that board meeting where we passed it, several board members at the next meeting asked for this to go to get some direction from staff. And so so staff referred me to Mr. Knight, and he provided the information that you see here. This is just, it's a discussion item. We asked staff to comment. Staff has commented. We've gotten more comments since this appeared back in our agenda, both in favor and against our resolution as passed. So I open this up to board comment.
I actually got some calls from friends of mine around the state who are also interested in education policy, and their main concerns, specifically with Albany passing this resolution, saying that we supported the model curriculum draft, was that certain ethnic groups were misrepresented or underrepresented. And particularly, I had a lot of friends calling in about the representation of the Jewish community, and I know that there's been a lot of commentary on this curriculum about that. And so I think that we had some conversation about what it actually meant to affirm our support for the draft, and it might be wise to actually come back to that based on the commentary that I've been hearing from people that I've been talking to, and the offensiveness that they find in this curriculum. And I think that a lot of us had ideas that we were affirming the concept of a curriculum draft, and that's certainly what I was thinking. And then I think the language of the resolution also might express something else. And I know that there's different issues that are at play here, and that's not the central one necessarily that we're talking about right now, but I thought that was one that was important to bring up based on what I've been hearing from different groups.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Kim.
I hadn't started talking
Oh,
yet. Thank you,
it's
Student
the
Board Member
video.
Weinstein. Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Hinckley.
So I think, one of the board members that asked for this to come back. And I guess I have two concerns. One is that I had asked for clarity about whether whether the resolution supports the curriculum development process and the adoption of an ethnic studies curriculum versus approval of the curriculum that was already drafted and is now being rewritten. And when I reread the resolution, I answered my own question because it specifically says that we support the current draft. I've never read the draft. I spent literally an hour and a half today trying to find it. It's not possible to review it. And so on a sort of democracy principle, I don't feel comfortable voting for something I've never seen because I'm not able to evaluate the comments that we were sent. I just don't have a basis for evaluating whether this is a curriculum we want to affirm or not. And the second principle, just echoing the comments that I think everybody got in the emails about specific concerns about the lack of content on anti-Semitism in the curriculum draft, which I can't speak to because I'm not able to read it. But I was able to find in a archived site the glossary that went along with the curriculum, which one of the commenters had mentioned does not include the term anti-Semitism or any terms referring to anti-Jewish history or violence or anything. Now that's the only piece of the curriculum I was able to see, but it made me just not feel comfortable supporting a document that I've never seen for myself. And so I'm not able to evaluate the very passionate claims that many people made on both sides. And so I'm wondering if there is a way for us to affirm the principle of ethnic studies, the principle of the process that's happening now, led by the superintendent, led by the state superintendent, led by Linda Darling-Hammond, and people who are very committed to ethnic studies. So that's sort of where I'm at.
Other trustees, please feel free to speak.
Okay, I haven't heard any other board members wish to speak, so I'll go ahead and speak since this was the resolution I brought to the board. The document itself is 580 pages and the draft, and you can certainly see it if you want to. We can get you a copy to see. What's interesting more than anything else to me is that there's been one issue that has been the controversy. And I could have brought you some articles that 99% of the curriculum has been agreed to by all parties. So we're looking at less than 1%. And that less than 1% focuses on, as Michaela said, the Jewish commentary and a reference to offensiveness. Well, I think for one thing, this is not a curriculum that's addressing Jewish history, etc. This is a curriculum for people of color. In terms of, there certainly are a large amount of discussion about issues related to oppression, racism, etc. And so within that context, of course, there are areas to do exactly that. And as I think it's been mentioned before, there are other areas in the curriculum where you see the Holocaust and other things related to the Jewish history and oppression a part of the curriculum from elementary school on. On the other hand, you do not have any kind of consistent references to history and to the struggles of people of color. And that is one of the issues when I think about what is going on, what has gone on the last 2 weeks in the streets. It's talking about where do people of color have a say? The institutions impose on people of color and decide what's right for people of color. This curriculum, and let me remind you, it's only a framework. It is not to dictate to all school districts what they can and cannot teach. So it's as a framework, it was compiled and sample copies of lessons given by the people that are the experts in the field. This comes from professors at universities in ethnic studies. It comes from teachers in the state of California that are ethnic studies teachers. And it bothers me that a very small portion, because of a very small portion of statements that have been made, and I believe the board has received so many more positive statements and comments supporting this curriculum, and in fact, comments and support from Jewish people that has not been mentioned yet. And so we take one tiny little thing, and I can speak specifically to what the concern is. It is because in one lesson, well, in several lessons, there is reference to Palestinian people. And that does not sit well with certain people. And so, and specifically in the social movement section of the curriculum framework, it speaks about BDS. BDS is a current movement that is not only taken up by Palestinian people, but other people of color, that refers to the boycott, the divestment, and the sanctions against Israel because of how Palestinian people are treated in Israel. And we can say there's all kinds of different viewpoints about that. And I can also say that even Jewish people don't agree on that. And so on a very small part of this, of what's been presented by comments, because of that, we are going to just say, okay, we're going to wait, because we cannot affirm support for people of color. This curriculum is one way to address the problems in the street right now, so that kids of color have some place to be affirmed. And it should not even be with one elective at the high school. I have a real concern about that, because it's really the kids, once again, who are part of the choir, that are interested in learning more, that are going to take that course. It should be a course mandated for everybody. And I will take it one step even further, that it should not just be a course at the high school level, and it should not just be relegated to ethnic studies. It should be part of every single day in the classroom, from kindergarten up. And I know that the high school teachers this past year or two have really tried to start incorporating these different perspectives into the curriculum. And Mr. Knight could speak to that as the head of the social studies. But it just really, once again, makes me feel very sad that we haven't really moved ahead yet, that we still are in our narrow box of thinking and are not open to say, you know what, there are people of color that are experts, and maybe we should go with them and show support And like I said, this curriculum doesn't dictate. This framework is not dictating for Albany. It's more than anything a show of support for the experts out there, people of color who have been working on this for 50 years now. And it's saying that it needs to be part of a curriculum in our schools. And we have a whole lot more work to do than just this one piece, just this one curriculum for one class at the high school. We have a lot more work to do.
Can I just ask Clementina for you to clarify something? Because I think this is, my confusion is about what exactly we're voting for. And I feel like there's a whole discussion about substance. I did ask the superintendent for a copy of the curriculum and was told that it was still being developed and wasn't available. So it's, I guess, so my understanding of the state process is that last fall, the State Department of Education said, we're going to revise the curriculum and reintroduce it next year. And so I'm not clear if what you're hoping we're going to do, since you brought the resolution forward, is whether we're affirming that process or whether we're saying we don't want that to happen. We want to move forward with the earlier version. I'm genuinely sort of not clear about what the intent of the resolution is, because when I asked about it, I was very clearly told we're waiting for the curriculum, but it sounds like we're not actually waiting for the curriculum. You are hoping that this resolution will affirm the curriculum that was already drafted rather than following the process that the state is going through right now. Am I getting, is that right, or am I still not understanding?
The resolution that we passed spoke of it as a draft. If we go back and look specifically at that resolution, which we can pull up, we will see that we were approving a draft of it. And that draft has had revisions, and it's also welcome to further revisions. So we were affirming support for an ethnic studies model curriculum draft.
The one that, and the process of still revising it that's ongoing.
Well, they have had these comments, and the first comments were, I think 1,000 or somewhere around there in August. And out of that is where various comments were made. And so it was at that point that revisions started happening. So there is an inclusion in the part about the vocabulary. There was an agreement to include anti-Semitism in that part, for example. And one of the concerns is that because of this very small, less than 1% concern, that Arab studies would be eliminated from it. So this was an attempt to also show support for 3 areas that had been talked about as potentially, how should I say, as potentially being eliminated. And that was not only Arab American studies, but it was Central American studies as well. And so, and also Pacific Islanders. Those are all groups that are now considered and have become part of the people of color here in California because of refugee status, because of immigrant policies that have caused people to cross frontiers. And so all those are now in jeopardy as well. So this was supposed to affirm, and it is part of our resolution where we specifically name those groups so that we are affirming that they are important to be included as well.
Absolutely. What ethnic studies programs do we have now?
That's a good question. And actually we have Mr. Knight here, who's joined us here after midnight. to lend his expertise. So Mr. Knight, do you want to answer Trustee Doss's question?
Sure. In general, I didn't develop the program. It was developed by Michelle Lausheim. But several years ago, Michelle developed a ethnic studies curriculum that I can't say the relation between it and the proposed state curriculum, the model framework, but I know it does, and to a large extent, treat the experiences of people of color in the United States. And it's UC approved. I mean, it's a standard Albany course. It is an elective, as Clementina said. So it's not required at this time, but it's been a solid course that we've had, and we're looking to expand it in future years.
I think that's an important distinction. I think that's what we should really be talking about. As far as approving the resolution, I mean, that seems like a no-brainer to me. I think right now we're in a particular situation here where we have an opportunity to actually make some real change. These are the tough conversations that we have to have. And this is an opportunity to implement something that can really move the needle. It always sounds good to everybody gets riled up and it's rah, rah, rah until it's time to really implement something that's going to change systematically. And then people don't want to do it anymore. Then it's like, well, what about me? Or then people say silly stuff like all lives matter. And then you have to break down why that's a silly thing to say. Because if a parent is at a funeral giving the eulogy about their kid, and then you snatch the microphone from them and say, but all kids matter, think about that experience. Like, nobody would do that. It wouldn't be something that you would do. You want to focus in on the specific experience. So I'm focusing on this specific resolution and all the good that it's going to do. And it seems like a no-brainer to me. If we're going to really fix the issues and the problems that are happening in this world, and if we're talking about George Floyd, or if we're talking about Amy Cooper and the ridiculousness that she did when she called the police on the bird watcher. If we're gonna fix those issues, we have to make things like this mandatory. This should be a mandatory class. Because maybe if it was a mandatory class at the high school, we wouldn't have had those issues that we had at the high school a few years back. Had those kids been mandated to take these classes and understand what they were doing and have a clear understanding as to why what they did was so wrong. So I think that that's the discussion we should actually be having. This resolution should have took 5 minutes for us to all vote 5-0 yes, sounds good, where do I sign? And then let's talk about mandating these classes so that these students can learn exactly what it is that's happening and how we can really affect change and how they can take that knowledge and then become responsible adults so we don't have stupid police officers like the one in Minnesota.
Well, just to clarify, we did already pass this resolution unanimously in 5 minutes last 2 meetings ago, which is why we're revisiting it now, because it turns out that people were concerned that we hadn't reviewed the draft and didn't know exactly what we had just approved. I still have that concern. We're not voting on anything tonight. I just would really love if someone could send me the curriculum so I understand what the content is.
Yeah, I need the cliff notes because I'm not reading 500 pages, I'll be honest.
And I appreciate the explanation you gave, Clementina, of why the concerns that people have about pieces being left out. And I appreciate that you've said that there have been efforts to incorporate anti-Semitism into the curriculum. I do just want to reiterate, particularly in Albany, we had kids walking through the schools doing Heil Hitler salutes within the last 2 years. So I don't think it's a minor issue to want to think seriously about people's concerns about what's included in the curriculum and what's not. And it may be that on reading it, we still feel that the content that's in there is what belongs in there, and it's just impossible to evaluate without seeing all of the content. And I just want to not minimize the concerns that people have raised, even if it turns out that they're not merited by the content of the curriculum itself, which none of us can speak to except for Clementina.
Well, no, I can get you that curriculum draft. I can send it to everybody. And just to be clear, that Dr. Wells did not have access to it either. It was pooled by the State Department, and but I have access to it, and many people have access to it. So we can certainly get it out to you, so you can look it over.
I want to break in here because we do have someone who has raised their hand and wants to make a public comment. We were deluged by when the news got out, because this is definitely a lightning rod issue. And so the written public comment that came in totals 740 pages. I think that all of the board members have read a large number of the emails that we've gotten. But what I would like to do here, in the interest of time, because we've gone way, way over on this meeting, is I want to give preference to if FSM is still with us, and their hand is raised, and another from Crystal Jacob. If we can take these two live public comments on this issue, then we can come back as a board. This is a discussion item. There is no action required. It's here on the agenda because it was requested that it come back to the board. And so if the board wants to do nothing, that's fine. If the board wants to request information, that's fine. If the board wants this to be re-agendized as an action item, that, you know, there are many different paths available to us. But if we could quickly here listen to these two public speakers, I think it would be helpful.
Great. FSM, please make your comments. Please unmute yourself, FSM.
I want to stress that I support the goals of the ethnic studies curriculum. It is a welcome and valued part of our curriculum. My issue was never with that. It's with the draft curriculum as it's currently written. After a diverse coalition of 19,000 people wrote in, the governor assured us the draft would be redone. The review process is not yet complete. It was premature for the Albany School District to vote on this issue. Please note that the letters submitted asking you to keep the current resolution unaltered specifically call for revisions to the model curriculum, something the resolution as written doesn't allow. One, a petition with 30 pages of names says, keep the model curriculum draft with some revisions. Another, signed by 60 people, says, as a Jewish woman, I understand the pain of not having your own people's stories represented. There should be some content, including articulating anti-Jewish oppression. A third, from the heads of various ethnic studies groups, said they're fine with the integration of Jewish Americans and other ethnic groups, as well as a definition of anti-Semitism in the model curriculum. These are all missing now. We agree it's imperative to advocate for the discipline of ethnic studies but also that the ethnic studies model curriculum is unacceptable right now. We're not asking for you to abandon ethnic studies. We're asking you to revise your resolution to reflect the changes that people for the resolution and against the resolution all accept. 19,000 people wrote in. Please let the state's revisions proceed. They're on time. In 2 months, we'll have a draft. In 2 months, we can vote on that. Albany should allow this to better reflect the diversity of our state. Our children need this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Crystal Jacobs.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you
Yes.
hear me? Okay. Hello?
Crystal, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. Sorry. Hi, thanks for letting me say my comment. I just wanted to express my support of making ethnic studies mandatory. That was a really great suggestion. And I think along the same note, we want to make sure that we're taking a proactive and preventative approach to ensuring that our students have exposure to the worldviews and concepts that are going to be so important, not just academically, but also that they're going to need to be respectful and compassionate citizens of our communities. And along that same line, I think that ties in really nicely with making social emotional learning much more available on a tiered level, in terms of tiered 1 supports where all students get some sort of instruction in social emotional learning. Just like we wouldn't only want to have students in ethnic studies courses once they show to have racial biases. We want to do that ahead of time. We really want to make sure that we're supporting students' social emotional learning ahead of time before some more serious issues arise. So I think those things tie in really nicely. And so there was conversation earlier in the meeting about how coming back to school will really require a focus on the social, emotional, and behavioral aspects of our students' functioning. And I think these 2 pieces just tie in really nicely. So I'm glad, especially considering a lot of the personnel cuts, you know, especially our behaviorists who are such valued supports for our students and families. I think these are really important conversations. So thank you.
Thank you so much. One more person has raised their hand. I'm going to ask the board to please listen also to their comment. But that will be the end of public comment.
Final speaker is Christian Aguilar.
Good evening, board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. And I want to thank you for passing the resolution in support of the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum draft. Communities of color have been working towards this for 50 plus years. And I really appreciate board member Doss, I believe, who was sharing. It was like, everyone's like, yeah, we support ethnic studies. Sure, we support ethnic studies, great. Until really that moment comes and it's like, whoa, 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 right? Community of color worldview is actually deciding what curriculum looks like. And the draft does have vast support across communities of color and many Jewish allies in solidarity as well, right? Jewish organizations and support. Rabbi wrote an op-ed in support a couple of weeks ago, and many more, right? Like board member Duron noted, most of the controversy was really over way less than 1% of it. I also want to appreciate that in your resolution, from my understanding, there is a be it resolved clause that talks about the experts being brought together to address any issues that arise. So that goes right along with the process at the California Department of Education. The bottom line, the understanding of how it reads is that you're in support of the draft, right? As so many others in support of, and which includes Pacific Islander Studies course outline, Arab American Studies course outline, Central American Studies course outline, because they are in danger of being completely removed. So you're supporting the overall draft that has vast support across communities of color, right? Also, though, yes, align for the revisions that are made throughout the process, as I appreciate the first public comment tonight shared in relation to that yes, ethnic studies communities have shared anti-Semitism should be included as a form of oppression in the glossary. That's very, very important, right? White supremacy is against both Jewish people, communities of color, anything that doesn't fit the mold. And unfortunately, the presidentially endorsed mold of white supremacy today, right? So ethnic studies is about empathy at its core. The draft reflects that. There is room for revisions, of course, as part of the process.
Thank you.
The overall draft is supported by many, and then we thank you for your support as well, because again, we've been working towards this for such a long time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, board, it's in your hands. If you have a request regarding this discussion item, now is the time to make it.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a statement real quick, Kim.
Yes, please go ahead.
This is a very important discussion, and I'm glad that we're having it. I just wanted to state that I think I've heard more than once that because it was 1% or less than 1%, somehow to me it seems that that group of folks or that voice is being dismissed. And I take a little issue to that.
If I could respond, because I believe that was in reference to what I said. It's not being dismissed. And I think I tried to say that in fact, anti-Semitism vocabulary has been now included in the curriculum, and the fact that there is other curriculum that addresses Jewish oppression and his history of what happened to Jewish people, which is never again, right? Never to happen again. But we see it happening here in the United States again. And it's imperative that we do something about it. Just like 10 days have passed, 12 days have passed, people have been out in the streets and they're trying to make structural changes. Well, and that's why I addressed earlier how we need to, as educators, address the institutional racism here. And it is not to belittle certainly what happened at Albany High School. I do recall those issues of Heil Hitler, etc. And that should not be happening. And we need our kids to be better educated. And that's why it has to start in TK. And there have been some attempts to do that since the ACT worked on this because of the Instagram situation. And so there have been attempts to start addressing all that. So no, I don't think that I was certainly not being dismissive of anti-Semitism acts that have taken place here in Albany. You know, but the fact is, on the other hand, I was just trying to put a balance to it. Well, what about the rest of the kids? 72% of the kids in California public schools are kids of color. Latinos are the majority of that, but there are others as well. And we have got to start listening and respecting the voices of authority of people of color. It seems that every time we're going to challenge them. As the examples that Brian said, you know, when are we going to stop doing that? When are we going to decide that people of color have a legitimate place here and that we don't have to be defensive about our viewpoints or how they fit in? And if this curriculum resolution changes, whatever, then we better start tomorrow to being sure that ethnic studies is in TK all the way up through 12th grade, that it is integrated every single day so that kids aren't embarrassed when they're called out. Well, what do you think about when we do the Mexican Revolution? Oh, well, you're a Latinx student. What's your opinion about that? Or every time, and students have verified this, every time there's discussions on slavery, the teachers turn to the Black students so they can answer the questions, the concerns, because they're the only experts in the classroom. When are we going to assume more responsibility and saying that this needs to start now? It should have happened yesterday. But I feel this is an example of where we need to be respectful of people of color and starting to listen to them more about what they know and their histories and their struggle that we are trying to present in this curriculum. And I'll remind you again, it is a framework It's not as if it's a textbook of 1,000 pages that the kids have to read. It's a framework to give educators ideas of what they can do. But if it's
I'd like to try to bring us to a resolution on this item at this point. Are there any board requests regarding this discussion item?
You know, I'd like to bring back to the board, changing this from an elective to a required course. I'd like to bring that back to the board.
Okay, I hear you.
I second that.
This is a formal vote, aye, as well, but I don't know if that's what we're doing right now.
No, this is
Not a vote.
Yeah, this is just a review and discussion item. So we're just, yeah, it can generate an agenda request or ethnic studies required.
And I already asked Clementina to send it to me, the curriculum. That's my only request.
Okay. So the actions coming out of this discussion item are that Sarah has asked to get a copy of the model curriculum. And then I heard Brian make a motion that the board agendize the discussion about making ethnic studies a requirement. Michaela, did I hear you second that?
I just was saying that I'm in favor of making
Oh, I think
studies.
Clementina, I think, seconded that. Yeah, and you threw in also. Okay.
Yeah. I do have one other note coming out of the conversation as well, which is I think the resolution that we voted on, what was it, 4 weeks ago? There's really only, and I was reading over this with a lot of the different people who were calling me saying, oh my God, you're bored. Ugh. I was like, no, guys, it actually was coming from a very good place. But really the like, there's really just two words that I think made this resolution that we passed upsetting to various groups of people who were calling me from around the Bay Area, which is in two of the whereas it says current California Assembly bill model curriculum draft. And that seems like so minuscule and tiny, and yet I think it also does change the meaning of the words. And I think if we're talking about specifically the resolution, which it seems like this conversation got to be about a lot more than that. But if we're talking about specifically the resolution that we voted on as a board 2 meetings ago, that was the specific concern that I had and various people that I had talked to, various other students had, as well, was the fact that we were affirming the current curriculum draft. So I don't know what it is that we want to do with that. And I also understand that this is my last board meeting. And so if that intention is shared by other board members, then maybe that will carry forward. And if not, then that will be okay too. But those were like the specific concerns that I was hearing from other students that I was talking to.
Thank you very much.
I had another comment, Kim.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was stated that some of the injustices that have happened to the Jewish folks, as if they're not still continuing to happen now. There's a lot of injustices against the Jewish people all throughout the world, and they continue to this day. So I don't know if it was meant to be stated that way, but this isn't something that just happened in the past. It's continuing now. And I wanted to make sure that folks realize that.
I would also like to point out that I think we're talking about the Instagram account that was a couple years ago and drawings of swastikas and other things. And I think that were 2 years ago or something like that. And I think it should be known that these things are still very present in Albany high school culture. And I'm glad that Trustee Doss made the informal motion to make ethnic studies a required course, but I think that this is very much we need to keep on having, and is not something that should be brought up once and then we move on to other things.
Point taken from both of our student board members. I think that we've decided what to do next, which is we will agendize that ethnic studies requirement for some point in the future. The other action items I have for tonight is we will also wanted to agendize the AUSD mission statement. Earlier in the meeting, hours and hours ago, we decided that we were going to have expanded road to reopening discussions at both our June 16th and our June 22nd meeting, and that on July the 14th, we would have a special meeting regarding reopening the schools. And that is what I have noted here to bring to the agenda committee. If I've forgotten anything, please let me know at this point, and then I think we're ready to adjourn.
I have one thing, and this may already be, I think I raised it before, and it was incorporated into an agenda item that we have to do on June 22nd, which is a report on how distance learning worked, with a particular focus on how we served special education students and provided support services. So I know that we're legally required to do that at that meeting when we pass our budget, but I just wanted to reiterate a request that we get more clarity on how distance learning has been working, for how we've been providing support to special ed students this year, and how we plan to do it in our different reopening scenarios. Particularly
I know that
given the cuts.
I know that is tentatively listed on our agenda for the 22nd. So I will remind the district about the legal requirement to produce that report.
Hey, Kim, we have a member of the public who has their hand raised.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll entertain one last public comment on upcoming agenda items.
Speaker is Neri Castillo-McIntyre.
Okay.
Good evening, board. I just want to make sure that there is at least one agenda item fully dedicated to a robust discussion on special education at the next board meeting, scheduled for Tuesday. What is it, June 23rd? I heard a couple of you say June 22nd, which makes it sound like it might be rescheduled to a different time, but I just want to make absolutely sure that you include that. You've heard from a number of members of this community, and we still need to hear a lot more details, both about special education, distance learning, the extended school year, the summer school, and what will happen during the fall and post shelter in place.
You
President
muted
Shuter, I
yourself.
think you're muted.
Sorry, losing it at this time of night. Yes, the meeting is June 22nd. It is not the 23rd. It has been rescheduled, and it noted so on the district website. Superintendent Wells said that he was going to answer more questions at our next board meeting. And Mr. McIntyre, you mentioned the June 22nd meeting. I'm not perfectly clear whether Superintendent Wells meant that he was going to have to entertain more special education questions at our meeting next week, our June 16th meeting, or the June 22nd meeting. But I do know that that will be agendized for one of the remaining 2 June meetings. And I believe with that, at 12:53, we are adjourned. Thank you, board.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
For my last